S.W.Frost is now live streaming Ark Raiders digital scammers counter so far new post after day.
Quel superbe pied! Quel superbe pied!
Plop, plop, plop. C'est ce qu'on appelle fendre le ciel. Accrochez-vous!
Quel joli pied!
Mon kiki! C'est parti, mon kiki!
Joserito. Umawila.
Attention, décollage! C'est ce qu'on appelle fendre le ciel! Ouais! Accrochez-vous! C'est ce qu'on appelle fendre le ciel! C'est parti, mon kiki! C'est ce qu'on appelle fendre le ciel!
Evet. Oh god, why? Why does it make a roll? Scuffed. Scuffed. Oh, yeah.
Accrochez-vous. C'est parti, mon kiki! C'est ce qu'on appelle fendre le ciel!
Boom.
William, Expedition 60. They mocked us when we said the human body is the strongest of them all.
C'est ce qu'on appelle vendre le ciel. Accrochez-vous! C'est ce qu'on appelle fendre le ciel! Accrochez-vous!
C'est ici qu'elle peignait autrefois. Et qu'elle créait.
Oui.
Enfin un défi digne de ce nom.
Ok, klar.
Sympa. Ah, ça va mieux. Je suis prête. Prête. En garde. Ça va mieux. Sympa. Prête. Viens, viens.
Se battre, y'a que ça de vrai. On en finit.
Bouclier. Viens. En garde.
C'est le moment que je préfère. Fais attraper. Pas de temps à perdre. À toi de briller. On les détruit. C'est fini pour toi. Je préfère ça.
En garde. Faisons couler l'encre. Sors de ce tableau. couler l'encre. Prête. Ça va mieux. Ça va faire mal. Bouclier. Sympa.
Un peu de violence. La douce odeur du combat. Méfiance. Attention. À ton tour de penser. C'est fini pour toi.
Finesse et grâce. Une danse de feu. En garde. Bouclier.
Attention, ça va faire mal. Dégâts maximum. Frayons-nous un chemin. Ça, c'est l'amour.
danseur.
Toi de briller.
Je suis prête. Ça m'a mis.
La douce odeur du combat. Amusons-nous un peu. J'en avais pas vraiment besoin. Amusons-nous un peu. Attention à elle.
Prête à frapper fort. Ça va mieux. Ça va faire mal.
Tiens-toi prêt, Monoko.
En garde. Il va. Et voilà. En garde. Sympa.
J'en avais pas vraiment besoin. C'est fini pour toi. Ça va saigner. Se battre, y a que ça de vrai. À toi de briller.
What?
Je suis prête. Ça va mieux. Faisons couler l'encre.
Frayons-nous un chemin. C'est fini pour toi.
Bouclier. Sympa. Sur moi.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Ça va saigner. On les détruit. Dégâts maximum.
Une danse de feu. Sympa. Sympa.
Dégâts maximum. Un peu de violence. Quel superbe pied.
En garde. En garde.
Ah, je reviendrai toujours.
Ok. Bouclier.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Amusons-nous.
Pars, Monaco.
Violence.
suis prête. Sors de ce tableau. Lame affûtée. Verso, esquive. Bouclier. Sympa.
Se battre, y'a que ça de vrai.
Lame affûtée. Faisons couler l'encre.
Tu t'en tireras pas. Attention.
Ah, Monoko. Finesse et grâce.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Pas de temps à perdre. Frayons-nous un chemin. Provoquons un peu de chaos.
Pam, pararara, pararara, pararara.
Lame affûtée. Oh, Gustave. Je suis prête.
Amusons-nous un peu. Ah, je reviendrai toujours. Attention. Prêt à frapper. J'aurais survécu. Violence. Tiens-toi prêt, Monoko. C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
Faisons couler l'encre. Finesse et grâce. Ça va.
Ça va saigner. Ah. Je vais m'en tirer. J'en avais pas vraiment besoin. Amusons-nous un peu. Prépare-toi.
Lame affûtée. Ça va faire mal. Une danse de feu.
Ah. Ça va saigner. Prépare-toi. Excellent. On les détruit.
Ça. Faites des adieux.
Se battre, y a que ça de vrai. Hein?
prête.
Prépare-toi. Pas de temps à perdre. La douce odeur du combat.
En défense.
C'est fini pour toi.
Survie, s'il te plaît. Sympa. Viens. Bouclier. Je suis prête.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Pas de temps à perdre.
Ça va faire mal. Sors de ce tableau.
Tiens-toi prêt, Monoko.
Prête à parer. Survie, s'il te plaît. Faisons couler l'encre. Ça va mieux. Ça va mieux.
Pas de temps à perdre. On en finit. À mon tour. Se battre, y a que ça de vrai.
Lame affûtée.
Pas de temps à perdre. Frayons-nous un chemin. À toi de briller.
Ça va mieux. Bouclier! Un peu d'aide.
Ça, c'est l'amour.
Ça va mieux.
Si on dansait. Amusons-nous. Frayons-nous un chemin. Je reviendrai toujours. Je vais m'en tirer. Pas de temps à perdre.
Je peux y arriver. Bouclier! Bien. Ça va mieux.
La douce odeur du combat. À toi de briller.
Prête à frapper fort. Ça va mieux. Finesse et grâce. Une danse de feu.
J'aurais survécu. Ça va déjà mieux. Amusons-nous. Ça va saigner. J'accepte votre danse.
Je suis prête. Sympa. Sympa.
À mon tour. Frayons-nous un chemin. C'est le moment de frapper.
Survie, s'il te plaît.
Prépare-toi. Pas de temps à perdre. Frayons-nous un chemin. J'aurais survécu.
J'abandonne jamais. Bouclier. Sympa. Bien.
Se battre, y a que ça de vrai.
Survie, s'il te plaît. En défense.
On en finit. Amusons-nous.
Lame affûtée. Ça va faire mal. En garde.
La douce odeur du combat.
Sympa. Sur moi.
On les détruit. Dégâts maximum.
Faisons couler l'encre. Sors de ce tableau.
J'accepte votre danse.
Viens.
Tackling. Welcome to my channel.
On les détruit. On les détruit.
Let it go.
Prêt à frapper.
Il faut parer.
Frayons-nous un chemin.
Viens. Sympa. Ok.
Un peu de violence. Attention. Un peu de violence. À toi de briller. Vas-y, essaie pour voir.
La danse commence. Une danse de feu. Survie, s'il te plaît.
Prêt à frapper.
Je suis prête. Finesse et grâce.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Frayons-nous un chemin.
Prête à frapper fort. Sors de ce tableau. Dansons.
Pas de temps à perdre.
Sympa. Une danse de feu.
Violence. Violence.
Pars, Monoko.
Méfiance.
Il faut parer.
À mon tour. On les détruit.
Une danse de feu. Viens.
Ça va saigner. Tiens-toi prêt, Monoko. Frayons-nous un chemin.
En garde. Sympa. Sors de ce tableau.
C'est le moment que je préfère.
Oh, vraiment. Si on dansait. À toi de briller.
Je crois que je vais improviser.
Je ne vous décevrai pas.
L'expédition désastreuse, hein?
À toi de briller. Ça, c'est l'amour.
En garde! L'âme affûtée. Bouclier! Ça va mieux.
C'était stupide.
Amusons-nous un peu. Pas de temps à perdre.
Ça va mieux. Une danse de feu!
Attention. Attention.
Ça, c'est l'amour. À ton tour de danser.
Bon, tant pis.
Prête à parer!
Amusons-nous un peu.
Provoquons un peu de chaos.
Finesse et grâce. Faites des adieux. En garde. Ok.
Prêt à frapper. Pas de temps à perdre.
La danse commence.
Ça me me gêne.
Sors de ce tableau.
Avu,
Što ima?
ajde na širnu robu, ne.
Ne, nek ti, dobro.
A se kod ti.
Dobro, ostavi sam moram odmać. Ako ćeš da griješ ulicu, reci slobodno. Evo odmah vas. Anyway, laundry time. Be right back. Be right back. Settings, audio, that works. Okay. I'll be right back. Gospodo, napolje. Ne. Napolje obojici. Šta hoćete da sjednete, ili? Se odmorite kao dva crnogorska mačka. Ja da sam vam kažem, vi ste čudo. Gdje ćeš? Da čujem. Ne. Ne nišani repom to, jebat ću ti sunce, si čuo? Ćete napolje da vam da nešto da jedete? A? Neki keks nešto? Ajde gledam, da vam da neki sloni nešto. Ajde. nisam dao ledu sir. Ko radi ledu sirom, ja?
It's a little different from the others. It's
damn. What's that, like Harley Quinn or something? Damn. So this is what they do. You know, you never really realize how exaggerated the character's movements are until you watch the voice actor or the motion capture actors doing it. Yeah, these look like fucking like gotcha character animations. What game are they using this for? Yeah, I don't know. That's part. Wait, that's part of the show or the game? Uh-oh, he doesn't like that. Oh, Mr. Fluffy's mad.
I would be.
It's pretty detailed and well archived despite being 25 years old. There's a lot of information here. This family's activities and photos were essentially completely documented on the internet for many years. Back in the 90s, this wouldn't have been a very odd thing to do. The internet wasn't nearly as large as it is now, and you wouldn't feel like you were exposing your private life too much by documenting it online. At some point though, likely when the internet began to become much more prevalent in our daily lives, the TikTok family would take their site offline, and of course the domain name would eventually be sold to ByteDance. On Reddit though, one user would discover this long-lost family blog deep in the Wayback Machine's archives, and they would make a post about it on the Internet Mystery subreddit, a place dedicated to solving, well, internet mysteries. What's the mystery here, you might ask? I'm not actually sure. It was interesting that TikTok.com used to be a family blog, but I'm not sure if there is a mystery here. Regardless of that fact, Redditors will be quick to find one for themselves. The lost media culture of tracking down the origin to every minute detail of every piece of media created by man drove some of these Redditors to treat this family's private life as a lost media search that needed solving. A subreddit would be created to track these people down. They would find addresses, phone numbers, legal papers, court notices, private photos that weren't on the original website. Other users would be quick to label this so-called search as what it really was: stalking. Gang stalking is a delusion that some people have where presumed targeted individuals think they're being stalked by a group of people. It's almost always some sort of paranoid fantasy concocted in somebody's head. But in the case of the original TikTok family, this was by all accounts an actual case of gang stalking, even if it was just a minor one. It goes without saying that not everything in life needs to be tracked down and uncovered in a public manner. Some Redditors would argue that since this family hosted a site with some of their public information for a brief span of time in the 90s and early 2000s, that it was not actually stalking, and they were entitled to know what they were up to now. Thankfully, this so-called search quickly died, and public opinion recently has been much more critical of its existence in the first place, but it goes to show you that sometimes this culture of internet mysteries that YouTubers like me directly contribute to can in some cases turn ugly. The TikTok family site is not the only blog we're going to talk about in this video. Blogs used to be much more common in the early internet than they are now. These days, people either write their brief thoughts on Twitter, or they have a Substack where they act like they're writing op-ed pieces for the New York Times. But 20 years ago, people would write blogs as a sort of public journal, detailing their views and experiences in a long-form way that just doesn't really happen much anymore. The thoughts detailed in this blog we're about to talk about were unusual, and they preceded something very, very dark. If you go to the Wayback Machine and type in fifthnail.blogspot.com, you'll get a bunch of snapshots from the mid-2000s. Just like the URL suggests, this site is called The Fifth Nail, and it's a public journal written by a man named Joe, who lives in North Dakota. It starts in late 2003, and the first entry recounts how Joe found out that a 5-year-old girl had gone missing from a nearby town in Minnesota a few months prior. He was so worried about being falsely accused of kidnapping that he decided to look through his logs on Quicken, a personal finance software that can keep track of your budget and spending. He concludes that it would be impossible for him to be accused of any crime on that day because of the purchases he made, which were not done in Minnesota. He goes on to complain about the intensifying persecution of sex offenders and how he's writing this blog for his own safety, because it's just a matter of time before he gets falsely accused of a crime. Oh, and he compares himself to a southern black man. He finished the post by talking about what he ate that day and what he did, which was mostly playing the PC game Delta Force. We can already surmise from this first post that Joe is likely a registered sex offender, and indeed the next few posts seem to focus on the so-called persecution of his kind, and the various ways people misunderstand him. He says there's no bad people in the world, just people who do bad things. He says that it's very hard for him to make friends and to meet women, because most people stop talking to him once they learn about his past. As 2003 rolled into 2004, we get more details about Joe's life. He has cats, and he really likes playing Delta Force. He works in IT, and he watched Return of the King with his neighbor on New Year's Eve. In one long rambling post without paragraph breaks, he rants about the abuse he suffered as a child, and tells us that a crime he committed when he was 16 led to him being put into an experimental treatment program at Western State Hospital in Washington State between the years of 1980 and 1982, which eventually got shut down due to numerous civil rights abuses. He mentions in the following post that he was in jail between the ages of 17 and 38, and outlines some disturbing things about children and adults that I'm not going to repeat here. He continues to rant in following posts that he can't stop thinking about being accused of crimes he didn't commit. He buys a webcam that he can have permanently set up to record his living room in an effort to document his moves as closely as possible in the event he ever needs an alibi for a certain day. He mentions the following week that he accidentally recorded himself naked with his webcam and had to quickly erase it, lest he be accused of being an exhibitionist. In following posts, he continues to repeat the same things about committing some mysterious crime when he was 16 and being thrown in a mental hospital. He also seems to keep close track of whenever people go missing in his area so he can verify that he has a solid alibi in the event the police knock on his door. The next week, he talks about enrolling in computer science classes in college, along with documenting and analyzing the various dreams he has. He also compares a law passed in Texas which would require sex offenders to be labeled to 1930s Germany when Jews had to wear armbands. This is the general gist of the blog. Joe talks about college, work, his cats, and the apparent perils of being a sex offender. Sometimes he would document every minute detail of a certain day, and other entries would just include some rambling about his thoughts on a particular topic. In mid-2004 though, things would begin to change a bit. In June, he starts to bring up hallucinations he's been having. He would wake up at night and hear and see strange things, and also the feelings of derealization he's been having, along with saying that he can't trust his own mind. In July, his worst fears about being accused of a crime are realized when he's charged with some unspecified felony. He stops posting for a month, and when he comes back, he outlines an incident where the police broke down his door and searched his home. Again, he doesn't post for 3 weeks. His only post in September is this.
I'm home Sunday afternoon, nothing to do. Everything being undone. Nobody to remind me. Life is about giving your choices over to God. Chicken pot pie in the oven. Why can others not see the unity of the universe? Why are they so blind in their dungeons?
His posts before may have been unhinged, but they start progressively getting more crazy. By the time 2005 rolls around, he starts having much more paranoid and religious delusions. The ramblings start making less and less sense as they go on. The blog would stop abruptly in May 2005, when he simply writes,
"The demons have taken over."
In this post, he talks about how he used to be Happy Joe, but inside him was a boogeyman, or a demon. He assumed this dark passenger was gone, but it wasn't. It was just laying dormant, waiting for an opportunity to jump up and take Happy Joe's place. He concludes the post by saying,
Happy Joe was just dreaming, or pretending to be happy.
This blog on its own is strange and disturbing, but it's what would happen after that really turns this into a tragedy. On July 2nd, 2005, a man and a little girl would enter a Denny's restaurant in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The staff would do a double take at the little girl. They had seen her somewhere before. One of them would conclude that she greatly resembled a missing child that was being broadcast all over the media. Her name was Shasta Grun, and 7 weeks earlier, her family was discovered dead in their home by police. Both Shasta and her brother Dylan, however, were nowhere to be found. The police would rush to Denny's and take Shasta into custody, and they'd arrest the man who was with her, who happened to be named Joseph Duncan, or Joe for short. You see, just 5 days after writing a post saying the demons had taken over, Joseph would enter the Groen family home and kill everybody except for 2 children. He had not known them previously. They were chosen seemingly at random. He would take Shasta and Dylan, and they'd live for the next 47 days in various campsites in the woods. I'm not going to get into any gruesome details here, but Dylan unfortunately did not make it in time to be rescued. The particulars surrounding the Groen family murders and the kidnapping of these 2 children are some of the most horrible things I've ever read. I'm not kidding. Please don't look too much into this, it's truly not worth knowing. After Duncan was arrested, the FBI would launch a nationwide review of unsolved missing children cases, and Joe would be indicted on several other murders which had occurred in the 1990s. He was put on death row for his crimes, but would die of a brain tumor in 2021 before he could fulfill his sentence. At some point during his various trials, people would eventually find Duncan's blog, and they'd leave their honest thoughts about him in the comments section, which would prompt Joe to just delete the whole thing. This blog might not have been much on its own, but knowing the horrible things its author had done and would go on to do gives it an awful significance as a detailed look into the head of one of the most depraved and evil people to ever walk this earth. And it's one of the most terrifying sites I've stumbled across on the internet, one that would have been lost to time had it not been for the Internet Archive. The fifth nail is definitely one of the darker things I've covered on this channel, so this next topic might be somewhat of a short palate cleanser. Somewhat. Compared to the fifth nail of Joseph Duncan, just about anything is a palate cleanser, even an early internet mystery that happens to focus on a pretty twisted concept. In early 2025, a user on the internet mystery subreddit would make a post about a site called E-Cuerpos, Spanish for new bodies. They say that around 20 years ago, a friend had told them about the site. Their friend described it as a sort of marketplace for human cadaver parts. OP didn't want to have anything to do with such a website, so they just ignored their friend, but the idea lay dormant in the back of their mind ever since. Until now. They decided to load up the Wayback Machine, type in the URL, and sure enough, there were snapshots that lined up with when OP had first heard about the site. Everything here is in Spanish, but both English and Portuguese translations are offered and have luckily been preserved. The page is exactly as OP's friend described it, a marketplace for human body parts. A female left arm is $2,600, a male ear is $1,900, and if you're willing to dish out a lot of cash, you can even purchase a full human body for just under $200,000. Each listing is accompanied by pictures of what's being sold and a 5-star rating. They offer information about the deceased person's age, along with their race and continent of origin. If we navigate over to the company page, we learn that E-Cuerpos has been serving the South American market since 1994. You might be thinking that this is screaming hoax, but you should keep in mind that the human cadaver market is very real. We talked about it at length in my Horrors on the Chinese Internet video. There's a large grey market out there for human body parts to be used for medical study and other less noble purposes. It's also important to remember that the early internet was not quite as lawful and well policed as the web is nowadays. You didn't have to use something like the dark web to find a drug marketplace or illegal content. You could readily find it on the surface web. E-Cuerpos promises to protect the privacy of their clients, who tend to be scientists and so-called human body enthusiasts. On their FAQ page, they mention that buyers should keep in mind the laws in their own country surrounding organ trafficking. If we look up black market cadaver hotspots in the mid-2000s, we can find a list that mentions Colombia as a global supplier of illegally obtained human body parts. They specifically say in this article that there are several Colombian-hosted websites that offer human body parts for sale. Could this be one of them that just so happened to be captured and preserved on the Wayback Machine? Let's keep digging. You'll notice that at the top of the page here is a link to another website called calresco.org. This site actually still exists in almost the exact same form as it did all the way back in 2005. The page appears to center around the concept of complex systems in science. It's a little hard to understand, but it seems to be talking about systems that have many different components that interact with each other to form a sort of organized chaos. The economy is a good example of a complex system. It's easy to understand on a very small scale, but when it's all put together, it becomes this huge, writhing, interconnected mess. I'm not actually sure what this site has to do with E-Cuerpos. There's no mention of it anywhere here. If this was a hoax, I feel like this would be an intentional red herring. There's not really much else we can talk about concerning the site itself, so why don't we see what the internet users of 2005 had to say about it. On the site hoaxes.org, an early internet platform dedicated to exposing the many hoaxes of the old web, one commenter mentions eQuidbos on an unrelated post.
Ew. I just tried ordering an eyeball from eQuidbos. The e-commerce functions don't work.
Huh, that's weird. I wonder why that is. Yeah, this was all a hoax. It was made to promote a mobile phone web show made by MTV in 2005. One that's about a couple of students trying to perform a successful human head transplant, but that's not actually where the story ends. You see, one thing we haven't talked about are the pictures on eQuidbos. They're likely showing actual dead bodies, specifically ones that are in a state of pallor mortis, the first stage of death that occurs for people with light skin. It's a specific kind of paleness that occurs in the first 2 hours after death. These images weren't taken from somewhere else on the web, at least nowhere that exists anymore. It's a little dark to think that a major American broadcast network found pictures of people who just died to put up on the internet. If that wasn't bad enough, we can return to the Wayback Machine, where we can navigate over to the URLs tab. This section shows all the different addresses that have been preserved by the Internet Archive for a given site. Here, we can see all the different pages we've already visited, but also some hidden ones that are not actually listed anywhere on the site.
Amateur.html, Asian.html, blonde, drunk, teen.
It gets much worse than this. We don't really have to go over everyone. Now, these snapshots always seem to result in 403 forbidden pages. While it might seem like these addresses did exist at one point in time, and it is absolutely possible, these also could have been the result of someone trying to hack into the server hosting this website. One technique to do this is to query as many different page URLs as possible to see which pages exist on a website that just aren't linked to anywhere. You can gain useful information from doing this. For example, we can see an Apache test page on this legal.html URL which tells us that the server is running Red Hat Enterprise Linux. We've gained some knowledge about the system hosting this site that we weren't supposed to have. While this is a fairly common penetration testing technique, it doesn't explain why these pages are archived in the Wayback Machine. Either somebody in the mid-2000s went and manually entered a bunch of questionable non-existent URLs into the Wayback Machine, or the Internet Archive web crawlers were picking up on some very concerning stuff coming from an MTV web server. Either way, this is still a solved internet mystery, just one that has a few dark questions still attached to it.
Okay, is your palette feeling cleansed now? Good, because we're about to uncleanse it. eQuidbos was not the only early internet site archived in the Wayback Machine, claiming to give users access to a human body.
Like I said earlier, the Web 1.0 era of the internet was a lot less policed and much more chaotic than the sanitized major platforms we're used to seeing now. Instead of posting content to an existing platform, people would usually make their own websites from scratch and host them themselves. Instead of using a search engine, people would use their sites to link to other people's sites, making the internet in this era a true network of interconnected pages. One such page of links happens to be a now defunct site called necrobabes.org. This 2001 site describes itself as erotic horror for adults, and on its main page you can find many different sub-sites created by the different Necrobabes administrators. The content here seems to range from creative writing and gothic art to more risque content. The term erotic horror may bring to mind sleazy 80s slasher movies, but a lot of the stuff on Necrobabes happens to be much more twisted than that. A lot of these sites are dedicated to dark fetishes, like asphyxiation or pretending to be a dead body. Some of these sites sell VHS tapes. Some of them are just personal pages hosted by the people involved in this strange community. One Necrobabe site in particular, though, will become infamous for a very depraved reason: the Cannibal Cafe. On this site, you can find a gallery of extreme images depicting some of the bizarre interests common on these Necrobabe sites. You can also find a page where you can apply to be somebody's livestock, and another page called Impalement FAQ that I'm not going to show you almost any of because it focuses on a concept called consensual barbecuing. This is all obviously pretty depraved, but that's not really what we need to focus on. The important thing here is the Cannibal Cafe message board. This is a forum for people who partake in these interests. People on this forum either write posts searching for so-called human livestock, or they write advertising themselves as such, like this post.
Male for sale. I would like to be impaled and barbecued. I need tenderizing first and gilding. Would like to be roasted alive.
These posts are absurd to the point of being funny. The idea that somebody would be interested in stuff like this just seems too ridiculous to be serious. Yeah, maybe some of these posts are indeed just kind of taking the piss, but there is a very real darkness hidden away in this archive.
Slaughter Boy wanted. Are you between 18 and 25 years old, normal build, and healthy? If it is your desire to put an end to your life, but you want something more reasonable to become of you, then come to me. I will slaughter you and turn your body into delicious schnitzels and steaks.
This was posted by user Frankie on February 22nd, 2002. It's a very typical post on this forum. The unusual aspect to this post, though, is that somebody would indeed take Frankie up on his offer.
Dear Frankie, I have been looking for an experienced butcher for a long time.
Oftentimes, discussions like this don't make the transition from internet into real life. They're just role-playing in fantasy. This situation was different. Only 6 days after the interested party responded to his ad, Frankie would schedule a meetup with him. They both happened to be German. Frankie in real life was named Armin Moose, and the respondent to the ad was named Bernd Brandes. They met in a train station in the city of Kassel, and together they headed back to Armin's place. They cuddled for several hours before deciding to act out what they had discussed on the internet. Bernd had very specific wishes of what he wanted to have done to him. He wanted Armin to start with his reproductive organs, so he did, but he couldn't manage to physically complete the act with his teeth alone. Armin then went to a nearby pharmacy and picked up sleeping pills, cough syrup, and alcohol to give to his partner. Upon returning, he decided to use a knife to finish what he had started. Brandes then wanted Armin to cook what he had cut off so they could both eat it together, but Moose accidentally burnt the meat, and it was inedible. He then helped the now severely injured Bernd into the bath, where he lay slowly losing blood. He then got into Armin's bed, where the combination of low blood pressure and the cocktail medications he had taken had him hallucinating and drifting in and out of consciousness. They made plans about what part they would cut off and eat tomorrow, but before that could come to fruition, Bernd would take his last breath. Armin wasn't quite done yet though. He divided the body of his now deceased partner and put it in his freezer, where he would periodically take a piece out and cook it like any other cut of meat. He would continue doing this for 10 months. Armin would eventually be arrested after another user of the Cannibal Cafe forum would report his post to the police, and they found the remaining pieces of Bernd's body after searching his property. Police would also learn that Brandes wasn't the only man Armin had met on the Cannibal Cafe forum. Between 2001 and 2002, Armin had arranged up to 40 so-called slaughter meetings with young men, but the only person he met that was willing to go all the way was Bernd Brandes. The consent Armin received to play out this horrible act was a confusing thing for the authorities. None of this happened under any sort of coercion, and the victim had been a willing participant in all stages of the act. Brandes, though, had taken mind-altering doses of different medications, which may have impaired his ability to consent, and on top of that, killing is never legal even if the victim wants it. Armin Moose would eventually be convicted of manslaughter in 2004, but 2 years later in 2006, he would be retried and found guilty of murder, being sentenced to life in prison. The most disturbing thing about this story is that from the time Bernd and Armin initially got home to the time Brandes ultimately passed, Armin had a camera set up in the corner and had been filming everything. This videotape was the key piece of evidence that would lead to Armin's charges being escalated from manslaughter to murder, and is likely one of the most disturbing pieces of lost media to exist. After Armin was arrested and word spread quickly about the website, the Cannibal Cafe forum would close its doors and would ultimately go offline for good in 2003. If it wasn't for the Internet Archive, we never would have gotten this eerie look into one of the most depraved sagas to come from the internet.
The Internet Archive has been instrumental in not only preserving these important and disturbing parts of internet history, but also for solving lost media cases. You might remember when they found the location of the backrooms photo back in 2024. That was only because the original site that hosted the photo all the way back in 2004 just so happened to be archived on the Wayback Machine. Our last case for today happens to focus on a similar lost media hunt.
The YouTube channel Watch Data is known for producing this very particular format of infographic videos. They're all presented the exact same way. A sliding chart will be shown detailing where certain entries land on the spectrum of a certain topic, like Human Evolution Timeline, which shows the different types of humans in order of oldest to newest. Every video is pretty much exactly like this. This channel probably just has a Premiere template they throw different visual assets onto and can make videos in like 5 minutes. One of Watch Data's uploads happens to focus on a topic that's pretty familiar to me and viewers on my channel: YouTube's creepiest videos. While you might assume the sliding scale here might be something like least to most creepy, it's not actually that. It's showing you videos in order of most views to fewest views. This is an interesting way to present this topic. It makes you want to watch to the end to see which video has the least views. All the standard creepy YouTube fares here, like salad fingers, I feel fantastic, little baby's ice cream. You've likely heard of most of these already, but things get more interesting when we get to the end and we start seeing the less viewed videos. And in fact, the last entry on this list has a mere 77 views. It's called PoE2 and was supposedly uploaded by a channel known as Mother8538. While we don't see the video itself, we do see the thumbnail, which shows a hand holding a lighter. If you search Mother8358 PoE2 on YouTube, you won't see the video from the watch data list. You'll only find other videos talking about it, all of which inform the viewer that PoE2 is considered to be lost media. Redditors will be quick to try to solve this mystery. One user was able to find an internet archive snapshot of Mother8538's channel page. Now the video links present here have been archived and neither has any thumbnail, but we can see that PoE2 did indeed exist, and the other videos from the channel also just have one word as the title, like punish, think, and wait. If you try to take the channel URL from the Wayback Machine and visit it on live YouTube, you'll simply be told that the channel does not exist. This might sound like a dead end, and it likely is. A video with 77 views being taken off of YouTube is going to be next to impossible to find. It would be incredibly unlikely that somebody just so happened to archive it or mirror it anywhere. That wouldn't stop the lost media search though. A subreddit would be created, and the hunt would continue. As you can imagine, in a case like this, just about everything found so far has been false leads. People show up with wild claims that never actually lead anywhere. Some users are trying to identify the carpet shown in the thumbnail. Others are passing off recreations as the original video. For some reason, many people have come forward to claim they saw PoE2 before it was taken off of YouTube, which is a little hard to believe considering just how obscure this video is. The Chinese internet would also get involved, with the community surrounding the case being formed on Bilibili, the Chinese equivalent to YouTube. Here, people would add on to the PoE2 lore by uploading what they claim to be the other videos from Mother8538's channel. Now these are able to be verified because we know next to nothing about the actual content of these now lost videos, but that wouldn't stop people from treating them as if they're real. One user suggested tracking down every viewer of PoE2 to interview them about the clip's content. And here is where I ask, what is the point of all this? This is one of those lost media cases where you can easily argue that the work in question has been fully lost. Even if we generously assume that 5% of the 300,000 watch data viewers actually went and searched for PoE2 on YouTube, that would only give this video 15,000 views before being taken offline. The likelihood that somebody saved it even with that many views is very low. I have videos with view counts like this that have never been mirrored, and I have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Mother8538 had 23. This video is almost certainly gone from the internet, and was it even that interesting to begin with? Do you think the watch data researchers went to great lengths to find an amazingly creepy video that only had 77 views? I find that pretty unlikely, considering the effort they put into the rest of the research. Like that Mumtaz Begum video only being listed with 3,000 views, despite the multiple mirrors of this video that exists on YouTube which have garnered millions of views each. One video near PoE2 in the list only had 600 views. This one just shows a woman crying for 2 minutes. There's nothing particularly unsettling about it. She just seems sad. Another video has 400 views, and it's just a mundane Urbex clip that clearly wasn't intended to be scary in any way.
It's like some old ass shit right here, dude. Fucking badass. Some scrap metal.
For all we know, the Mother8538 video could have just been somebody flicking a lighter. We have no reason to think this video is interesting or holds any sort of significance, so why go to such efforts to find it? Lost media can be really interesting when the work at hand is important in some way or is just considered to be worth experiencing, but why spend energy looking for a completely random, likely uninteresting video that nobody ever saw? This isn't a photo that greatly shaped internet culture or a Lost Beatles song. It's a 20-second video that nobody watched. If you enjoy looking for an inconsequential needle in a haystack, be my guest. It's not my place to tell you what to enjoy or not enjoy, and I'm not gonna judge you, but I don't personally understand the appeal.
Guys, thanks for watching. You know, I usually like to plug my Patreon, but if you want to throw some money around today, maybe consider donating to the Internet Archive. They make my job possible and are constantly fighting an uphill battle to keep the internet free and open. I'm sure they could use the support. And last but not least, have a good night.
In 2017, the Me Too movement began, during which countless comedians, film producers, and actors were accused of various degrees of sexual misconduct. Since then, some of the subjects of this movement have had their careers completely flattened, while others have managed to make a comeback once people re-evaluated their allegations. But one man who seemingly escaped any of the conversation was Jared Leto, an actor and musician with a lengthy career and a long list of claims against him. Even other industry professionals have hinted at his supposed behavior. But even among a series of box office bombs, Jared's career seemingly shows no signs of slowing down. Long before he was a celebrity, Jared had a very unusual early life. Raised by a single mom who was part of the hippie movement and a father who was in the Air Force. This meant he moved around a lot growing up, and was encouraged to take part in the arts, including both acting and music. Like many actors, Jared began his career by moving to LA and landing minor roles for a couple of years until he got his big break, the 1994 TV show My So-Called Life, in which he played the love interest of the main protagonist. Naturally, due to the success of the show among teenage girls, Jared was quickly typecast as a male love interest. But he had something different in mind, as within just a few years of his big break, he appeared in movies like American Psycho as none other than Paul Allen from probably the most iconic scene in the entire movie. And you may also remember him from Fight Club, where he plays a character named Angel Face. In the movie, he's juxtaposed in the story to be good-looking, only for the protagonist to hideously deform him in a fight. Lastly, we have the movie Requiem for a Dream, a psychological drama where Jared plays a guy whose life is being destroyed by his heroin addiction. Based solely on the kind of roles he favored over the pretty boy image he started his career out with, you can gauge that he wasn't exactly satisfied in starring in random rom-coms and things of that sort. Another sign of his growing ambitions was that in 1998, he formed a rock band called 30 Seconds to Mars with his brother Shannon, which went on to become a household name as well. From the late 90s onwards, he had really set himself up for life with how much success he was accruing in multiple different mediums. I mean, how many A-list actors have you heard of that are also legitimate rock stars? You would think that with his accomplishments, Jared could never fumble the bag. Well, think again. Let's fast forward to 20 years in the future, specifically the fateful year of 2016, when the sun was still yellow and the kiddos still had a twinkle in their eyes. We could not have possibly foreseen things like gooning and 6'7", okay? These were not in the common vernacular.
Although they stretch it out even more. 6, 7.
After 2 decades of cultural prominence, Jared landed himself a role as the Joker in the movie Suicide Squad.
Oh, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna hurt you. Really, really bad.
If you don't get that bullshit out of my face, bitch.
As a quick aside, ever since Heath Ledger's Joker, everyone who plays Joker is pretty much doomed to underperform in comparison, which basically forces them to try to be as original and unique as possible in order to avoid being compared. In this movie, Jared apparently worked very closely with the production to create a new take on the Joker, and in the process, he managed to produce possibly the worst version of the character that has ever appeared in anything ever. And by the way, if you think that Jack Nicholson's Joker was worse, then you are officially not invited to Agartha. You could say that this was the beginning of the end for Jared Leto. First off, the character itself was unrecognizable, with things like the word damaged being tattooed on the Joker's forehead, and to top it all off, the performance itself was extremely cringy.
Are you sweet-talking me?
But I guess you could write this off as a casualty of the entire movie being absolute dog shit, and his version of the Joker being sidelined and deliberately sabotaged by the studio behind the movie. Especially if you look at the interviews during the media tour the cast were doing to promote the movie, it seemed like everyone involved did actually have a good time, even if the end result was pretty bad. But as it turns out, even if this was true for most of the cast, it wasn't true for Jared, who was method acting for the role. Now, if you don't know what method acting is, it's when an actor will get so deep deep into preparing for a role that they act abnormally even when they're not on set. The idea behind the method being that they never break character until after the movie is done. This in and of itself is pretty controversial, and it's been widely criticized, even by other actors. The most recent actor for Batman, Robert Pattinson, once said, "You only ever see people do the method when they're playing an asshole. You never see someone being lovely to everyone while they're really deep in character." Unsurprisingly, Jared's method acting immediately led to unsavory backstage situations, the most notable of which being the gifts that he sent to the rest of the movie's cast, which consisted of a rat, a dead pig, a set of bullets, sticky Playboy magazines, used condoms, and anal beads. Now, the justification Jared gave for this bizarre behavior was that the Joker is somebody who doesn't really respect things like personal space or boundaries. That's not really the best excuse, but he later went on to say that the claims about the stuff he was gifting people were exaggerated by the media.
I mean, I just think that there were some things, you know, that were mentioned about like gifts and the fact that I was giving used condoms to people, which was not true.
We can say that right now. That
it
is not
was
true.
not true. And what are you going to do at that moment? You can't even, it doesn't matter how loud you shout or hold up a sign, you know, with your pants off in Times Square. People are going to go with the story that they want to run.
And maybe this could be a compelling case of the media blowing things out of proportion, taking things out of context.
If you want to be part of this blood feast.
If it were not for the fact that the person who made the claims about used condoms was Jared Leto himself.
Don't forget the anal beads.
Who did you send anal beads to?
The used condoms.
You're not.
Yeah. I mean, it was.
Step back, friend. You can't just say use condoms and we're just gonna like forget.
You know, I know it's a family show, but we can,
Don't worry.
We can educate people here. At least they were used.
Who did you send used condoms to?
Oh, everybody.
And it was immediately agreed upon by multiple of his co-stars.
You can't just skip over that.
Yeah.
You're gonna use condom. What do you say? What do you think?
You know, you say Jared has gone full Joker. Jared, he went full Joker, you know. And the rule generally is never go full Joker.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
I got so many weird things. I can't even begin to tell you the weird things I got.
Now, could this just be a premeditated stunt where the entire cast agreed to play it up? Maybe, but the problem isn't just the absurdity of doing this in the first place, but it's also that he did all of that for a movie that ended up being really bad. They even decided to shove Jared Leto's Joker into the extended cut of the Justice League movie, and it was still bad, except this time the screen was constantly blurry and desaturated, so it looks like he had just stuck his face in a bowl of shit. Then again, it's obviously not a literal crime to do a terrible job and act like a freak towards your coworkers. So the worst things you could say about Jared at this point in time were that he annoyed his co-stars and he was a bad actor.
Have you watched the Joaquin Joker trailer?
No.
No?
I haven't seen it. Hello, darkness.
As far as the kinds of things that celebrities get up to, being obnoxious isn't that bad, to be fair. It's also worth putting it into context that just a few years prior to the big Joker blunder, Jared actually had a really good performance in the movie Dallas Buyers Club, where he also engaged in method acting. So you could write Suicide Squad off as one big fluke. However, it's the unfortunate reality that celebrities get away with a lot of stuff because the media they work on is widely acclaimed. Because of this phenomenon, it was only after Jared made himself look like a hack in 2016 that public opinion really began shifting, as many considered that maybe he wasn't as great of a guy as people initially assumed. One of the first places this discourse manifested was on Reddit, where in a thread about Jared Leto's behind-the-scenes antics during the lead-up to the Suicide Squad movie, a sidetracked comment thread took place that read as follows. I have a cousin who goes to an expensive private high school in LA. One of her friends is the daughter of a certain famous model from the 80s and 90s and has been having sex with Jared Leto as a 13 and 14-year-old. He's made her get an app that deletes messages after they're seen. And he knows she's under 18 because one of her friends took a picture of a message he sent her before it was deleted that said, "Can you come over tonight?" And she said, "No, my parents are home." Feel free to call bullshit, but I have a feeling someone will find out soon enough and he's going to be in deep shit. Edit. I've gotten more than one message from people who know which girl I'm talking about, so it sounds like more people are aware than I expected. This guy guy needs to go to jail. This was posted right around a month after the movie had come out, so nearly at its peak in popularity, or infamy. And since there's plenty of insane people online who will say this kind of thing about anybody who's a celebrity, this could just be a baseless allegation. To play devil's advocate here, this person is claiming that a friend of his cousin is being groomed by Leto on an app that erases metadata. And this commenter claims to know that Jared is grooming her because yet another friend of hers took a picture of a message where she mentions her parents to Jared. Even if that is true, you can still live with your parents after you're 18. And that's without mentioning that we don't have any direct proof of this being the case.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
At first glance, this looks very far-fetched, and even the claim tacked on to the end of the comment where they say they've been getting personal messages from people who know who this girl is could simply be a lie. However, in the replies to this comment, you see people saying things like, "Kinda believe it, because there's been rumors for years that he sleeps with underage fans of his band. Yep, he sleeps with underage girls at shows and is really infamous for his interest in BDSM and rough sex. There's rumors going around the internet that he sleeps with underage fans, so that doesn't surprise me. This includes allegations of rape. Friends told me she bumped into him back in 2006 to 2007 at Warped Tour, and he kept creeping on her. When she told him to back off, that she was only 15, he was like, age is just a number, so I believe it." What was the strangest thing of all of this is when somebody in the comments identified this supposed victim of Leto's as Kaya Gerber, who is the daughter of the 80s celebrity Cindy Crawford. Kaya had just turned 15 in 2016, meaning that the timelines would match up. But then again, Kaya has never said anything about Jared Leto to this day, as far as I can tell. So even if this allegation is being echoed here on Reddit, it's not confirmed by any stretch of the imagination. It was just someone on Reddit saying something. However important the innocent until proven guilty thing may be, it's obvious that the proven part of the equation is the most important of all. The fire of suspicion against Jared from these online rumors was being stoked an entire year prior to the Harvey Weinstein and Me Too situation. So basically, it happened too early to receive any kind of serious attention. Despite this, it did prove easy for Redditors to start asking around to see if anyone had more information regarding Leto, which quickly led them to a Tumblr discussion from just a couple of months before, which in turn led to a thread on a groupie forum from 2013. I'm gonna be honest here, I had no idea that groupie forums were a thing, but this is exactly what it sounds like.
I didn't mean to have sex with him. I was just gonna jerk him off. That's
One user named Kuroki Mesa made a compilation of claims made about Jared, which include, "I hooked up with him several years ago when I was about 4 months over 17. There were marks left. It hurt like Satan. He wouldn't slow down even when I told him to. There were times I had to bite down on him because of the pain down there, and he didn't give two pisses about it. I think he got pleasure out of hurting me, but I was too young and didn't know that then. I felt as though I was being raped. So girls, if you're into that whole thing, by all means, Jared's your man. I had sex with him when I was 15. He's gross. Stay away from him. I lost all respect for Jared Leto after I met too many teenage girls who have been approached by Jared in order to sleep with them. He's just another rock star who lets his ego get to his head so he can take advantage of young girls. He even hit on my 15-year-old best friend. He's no better than Roman Polanski in my eyes. I met Jared Leto when I was 17, a naive, innocent virgin on one of his movie sets in Brooklyn, when he was turning 33 or 34. He gave me his email address, we exchanged emails. He was friendly, we exchanged numbers, and that's when I started seeing he was a perv. I can say Jared was my first for many sexual experiences, and I wholeheartedly regret it nowadays. He was very pushy into coercing me to do sexual acts with him, and he was quite rough and forceful. Once he was unnecessarily rough, and when I told him it hurt, he didn't stop. The worst part of it is that he liked to talk dirty, but not have normal dirty talk. He liked the fact that even though I was 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, he wanted me to tease him and tell him I was 14 or 15. He really got off on hearing I was X years old and he was doing something very dirty. According to some people who were taking part in the Tumblr discussion about it, some of these posts, or all of them, were just fan fiction. However, when these forum posts were reported on 2 years later by a website called Contemptor, it spawned a Reddit thread where not one, but two people corroborated that they either knew one of the victims personally and had seen evidence of what Jared was sending them, or had heard similar stories about Jared role role-playing these scenarios with women. But so far, these claims had only come from anonymous sources, and no one had been confident enough to talk about it with their name and their face attached to their claims. Well, not exactly. You see, in 2015, just a little while before the Contemptor article was published, James Gunn apparently made a live stream on the now defunct platform Periscope, claiming that Jared slept with several underage girls. However, this stream was promptly deleted, and James made an Instagram post with this caption: "Sorry to all of you around the world who saw my ambient-fueled Periscope session last night at 3 a.m. Yes, I erased it." Even if this is 100% true, James still decided to delete the stream, which may mean he retracted his statements or regretted making them. However, he would reiterate these claims just a few years later. In 2018, actor Dylan Sprouse tweeted out the following: "Yo, at Jared Leto, now that you've slid into the DMs of every female model aged 18 to 25, what would you say your success rate is?" James Gunn replied, "He starts at 18 on the internet?" I don't know how often James Gunn does Ambien, but I doubt that 3 years after he first made this claim about Jared, he once again randomly rattled off this narrative about him for no reason. Now, just 1 month prior to all of this going down on Twitter, Jared's co-star on My So-Called Life, Claire Danes, gave an interview to Howard Stern, where she said this:
"He brought me to my first club when I guess I was 14. I was,
Is that appropriate?
No.
He was very fraternal with me. He was very protective of me.
How much older was he than you?
Much.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't know. At the time, he seemed ancient. He was
You were 13, 14?
I was 14, he was 21 or something.
That is ancient to a 14-year-old. Yeah.
And he was your first makeout, which is really kind of weird.
Yeah.
When you think about it,
there
you're
were
14.
these stage directions in that scene where it said Angela kisses Jordan's face. And I was like, what? I didn't understand. Like, what is that about? Like, why would she kiss his face? And it was, So I had that question on set, and he had to kind of teach me.
Although it is somewhat shocking to consider the possibility that Jared Leto may have been doing this kind of thing for his entire life, it's also worth noting that predators don't just become predators overnight. People online recall discussions about Jared's illegal activities going all the way back to 2005, and not just from random anonymous strangers, but also from news outlets like the New York Post. In one article they published in 2005, they talked to a source who claims that Jared was pursuing underage girls while on tour with his band. He's been approaching all the girls and inviting them to his shows. Girls from IMG, Elite, Next, and Women are staying there, and Jared has been hitting on all of them. And just for context here, IMG and Elite are modeling agencies. He's a serial texter. He is constantly texting these 16 and 17-year-old girls. It's really kind of creepy. Leto's digit collecting prowess came up short with 17-year-old Elite newcomer Nadia Panchenko last week at the Maritime's La Bottega restaurant. The Ukrainian stunner declined to give up her number because she already has a boyfriend, and the fact that a frowning chaperone was standing right behind her probably didn't help Leto's case. This article claims that Jared Leto, a celebrity whom everyone could recognize instantly, was doing cold approaches on minors, not only in public, but directly in front of their chaperones with not a care in the world. These many red flags call for a reevaluation of pretty much his whole career to look for signs that he had always been flying just under the radar. For one, he's publicly associated with photographer Terry Richardson, and continued to be well after he had already been accused of sexual impropriety with the underage girls he photographed. Jared went as far as to say this.
Talking about Terry Richardson, he says, we have a feeling he has a common passion with you that we probably have too, but you can afford to enjoy that passion a little more.
Yeah, I think we have a lot in common, Terry and I. He's a really interesting man.
Now, obviously, this clip is out of context, but it is something that the public was taking notice of at that time. Further examination of just what's always been publicly available is that a Russian model named Valerie Kaufman, whom Jared was publicly dating during the Suicide Squad era, was someone he had met when she was just 17 and he was 40. With all of this speculation going on online, you would expect some kind of acknowledgement or denial, but instead, Jared remained radio silent during the peak of this discussion. You may think this is just because Jared avoids engaging with with online rumors, but you'd be wrong, because in 2015, he sent a cease and desist letter to Lipstick Alley, the same forum where alleged groupies shared their stories about Jared. But as far as I can tell, this never went to court, and the post remained on the site. Once the direct evidence ran dry, and those who were looking into this matter ran out of first-hand testimonies, people began looking for soft tells that Jared had made on himself throughout the years. Firstly, people found that Jared was just an all-around insufferable celebrity stereotype, such as in this video where he's singling out this random guy at his show for no apparent reason.
Hold on. Hey, buddy. Hey, yo, you, with your fingers in your chin beard, what are you sitting on your fucking ass for? Huh? This is the 30 Seconds to Mars show, okay? If you can't stand up, you better be up off your fucking ass right now, you hear me? Does he understand what I'm saying to him right now? No, don't look behind you, I'm looking at you. Yes, you. Yes, you.
There were also some conversations about him just being a general nuisance to the owners of the venues he played at, causing tens of thousands of dollars in property damage and never paying them back. But quickly, people also found that Jared was not your run-of-the-mill prima donna, as he fashioned himself a bit of a cult leader. In the early 2010s, it was commonplace for fandoms of popular artists to nickname themselves and develop a culture. If you liked Justin Bieber, you were a belieber. If you liked Lady Gaga, you were a little monster, and so on and so forth. It's pretty cringy looking back on it now, but it's really just teenagers being teenagers, and the artists they were fans of didn't egg it on super hard, which is probably good on their part. Jared, however, took a very different approach, as he didn't just egg it on, but instead, he started it from scratch. All the way back in 2002, 30 Seconds to Mars released a song called Echelon, and when the fandom subculture phenomenon was getting big, in 2013, during the promotion of an upcoming album, Jared asked his fans to record themselves saying, "I am Echelon," right before getting a tattoo of some of their lyrics. This drew a lot of criticism for incentivizing cult-like behavior, and it didn't help that the band was also charging nearly 600 British pounds for fan meetups, which may seem like a harmless way to make money, but if you think about it, it opens a venue for rewarding obsessive stalker fans to realize their parasocial dreams of interacting with their idols. Overall, you can definitely call this behavior questionable, but probably not evil. With that being said, one of the most eccentric things about Jared would come to light in 2019 with the Camp Mars Island project, which in and of itself sounds like some kind of CIA experiment you would find at the bottom of a Wendigoon iceberg.
Like legit, this guy was just walking along the side of the road and saw his friend's lifeless body on the ground and thought, man, I get a free car.
Mars Island was a music festival hosted by 30 Seconds to Mars in Croatia. But music festival does not really paint a full picture. It was basically a nature retreat on this island where all of Jared's fans could go to hang out with him, and hear him and the band perform live music multiple times. And Jared really quadrupled down on the whole cult angle, dressing in all white and with a big beard and long hair, having everyone meditating with him, and publicly joking about it, tweeting things like, "Yes, we are a cult." On one hand, some people basically saw this as an inside joke for fans of the band, and that's not untrue. But if you take into account all of the claims made against him, it started to look a lot worse to a lot of people. But as far as we know, there was no questionable behavior going on at Mars Island. I mean, arguably the whole thing is questionable, but you get what I'm saying. But despite all of this stuff accumulating as the public grew increasingly sour on Jared, eventually this stuff simply lost momentum before any hard-hitting allegations were made. Mainstream media never really picked up on these stories, and all of it went under the radar. But like I said, the way these things work is that a celebrity is only put under scrutiny when their work isn't going well. Just when the backlash for his Joker performance was winding down, in 2023, Jared decided to make a major comeback with the box office hit and cinema masterpiece known as Morbius.
It's Morbid time.
If you are a literal baby, you might not remember how much of a mockery was made out of this movie flopping, with it leaving the theaters almost immediately due to not getting any viewership, only for people to make an ironic campaign to bring it back. Funnily enough, the studios actually re-released it in theaters, thinking that this meme would translate to ticket sales. Obviously, that did not happen, which prompted people to make yet another campaign saying they were just busy that weekend and they needed Morbius to be brought back a third time. With hundreds of thousands of people tweeting out, "It's Morbin time," the movie's only significance is really how much of a joke it became. But one unintended consequence of all of this is that it once again attracted people's attention to Jared Leto, and they once again began discussing his allegations. Upon doing some research, they discovered that he had recently sued the owner of a website called Michael Casting Pearls. Based on the rough details given for the lawsuit, this Michael Casting Pearls guy believed that Jared Leto was the Antichrist, and he had been posting online about it. With the lawsuit being presented this way, most people would instantly dismiss anything coming from this person as it being purely the work of someone who is out of their mind. But the thing is, if you actually browse this guy's website, on one hand you will find bizarre religious conspiracy theories, but he also made an amateur video essay about Jared, where the allegations against him are discussed, and the creator analyzes Jared's history of connections to people like Terry Richardson. Luckily for people researching this case, Michael Casting Pearls also included a link to screenshots of various people making claims about Jared over the years. I was a fan of his and underage, and I had snapped him once, and he sent me a dick pic, and I'm still so disgusted. I told a few people when it happened, and everyone said, "Ooh, what kind of picture did you send him?" As if 15-year-old me sent provocative pictures. When I was in high school, Jared Leto used to walk through the meadow in Central Park trying to get noticed by teenage girls. Since the discussion of sexual abusers in the entertainment industry is important, I'd like to remind everyone that I witnessed Jared Leto invite an underage girl on his bus. He's a rapist and an abuser. At Jared Leto, do you remember being in Palmdale on a photo shoot with your friend, a photographer? She was on job for someone else when you exposed yourself to my daughter when she took you and another actor to shoot guns. Yeah, sexual assault. Still haunts her you took it out, jerk. She wasn't underage. Still, a young woman of 18 or 19 doesn't need that at any age. I could go on reading more of these, and really, I could go on, because there are literally hundreds of claims coming from every country Jared had ever set foot in, with most of them being related to Jared being with girls as young as 14, 13, and even 12, including various degrees of abusing them or even giving them STDs. Of course, we can't personally verify the legitimacy of each and every one of these accusers, but with this many people coming out over the years, you have to wonder if there's an inkling of truth to what they're saying. Unfortunately, their veracity can only be evaluated if these accusers come forward in the proper legal manner, which, as of 2023, they hadn't done. But just 2 years later, Airmail published an article reporting on how these claims had recently gone from rumors to actual accusations. It starts out with more of the same we've already seen. Testimonies from people who claim they were approached by him when they were just 16, calling them multiple times over weeks to ask them sexual questions. Oddly enough, here we have the mention that Leto actually had an assistant who was aware of what he was up to and actively cooperated in finding him new victims, which is extremely disturbing to consider. But as we go deeper into this article, we finally get one named accuser, music producer Ali Teals, who alleged that all the way back in 2012, Jared had attempted to force himself onto her backstage while wearing a kilt and a snow hat. With the resurgence of the discussion surrounding him, she decided to tell her story, which prompted 50 other women to also come forward, although these claims don't have names attached to them, and they're simply people on Instagram who saw what she said and decided to echo her claims. This, in turn, forced Jared's legal representation to respond, claiming the allegations are false. Another accuser, a model named Laura LaRue, claimed Jared had exposed himself to her without warning or consent when she was just 17. All in all, while each of their specific stories haven't been told in detail by journalists, there were a total of 9 women who were formally accusing Leto of sexual impropriety. Besides Laura and Ali, another person alleged that Jared had started texting her while she was underage, with him asking her some very foul and inappropriate questions. Additionally, she claims that at one point Jared just began cranking it in front of her, insisting that she join in. In other stories, Jared specifically went to modeling agencies to try to siphon all of their underage female models into parties that he organized so that he could get them to skinny dip in his pool. With all of this going nuclear in legitimate news outlets, a lot of people expected him to suffer some legitimate professional consequences. And that's fair, given that entire careers have been reduced to rubble over much less. But it turns out that as the the prophecies have foretold, nothing ever happens. Despite all of these allegations making the rounds in June, a major movie that was set to be a blockbuster, Tron Ares, had just been released, starring Jared Leto front and center. Now, it is worth noting that to say Hollywood gave him this role is not exactly true. Jared had been lobbying for this movie to get made way back in 2017, claiming to be a huge fan of the Tron franchise. And despite the failure of Suicide Squad happening in 2016, Jared had won an Oscar just 3 years prior for Dallas Buyers Club, meaning that at that time, the industry did have reason to believe that his career had some serious potential. Fast forward 8 years and a lot has changed.
By erasing my mind.
Despite boasting a pretty impressive cast, a soundtrack by 9 Inch Nails, and a huge marketing campaign which involved Mr. Beast for some reason,
Let's do this.
Tron Ares was a major box office failure, although Jared may not be too concerned about it since he's already slated to appear as Skeletor in the upcoming He-Man Masters of the Universe movie, which in all likelihood will also be a failure. And the failure of Tron Ares also once again brought Jared's performances as an actor under scrutiny, once again bringing the allegations against him into the spotlight. As far as public statements from Jared himself, it's been complete radio silence. His legal representative only responds directly to these news outlets, and it's only to say that the claims have no merit and nothing beyond that. Now, in fairness, I guess it is possible that somehow all of these claims are completely untrue. We've certainly seen false allegations before. But what's different about this case is the overwhelming number of claims being made. It's literally hundreds at this point. If even one of these stories is true, it's pretty damning. It's hard to say how long Jared Leto's plot armor will last, especially if more people come forward to corroborate these stories. With other major figures of the entertainment industry finally being punished for their decades of criminal conduct, I wouldn't say it's impossible for Jared to also meet the same fate. But if you want my opinion, it's going to take someone very high profile coming forward to accuse Jared before anything definitive happens. As of now, his name is just much bigger than anyone who has said anything about him, and as a result, positive news, or articles about his career in general, are just going to rise to the top of that noise. But if it does happen, the next people who are going to have fingers pointed at them are going to be the countless industry professionals who have allowed his career to persist. Also, even I can't lie, this shit still goes hard. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Does Arc Raiders need a PvE mode? This is a question people have been debating since long before the game even came out. And why I want to talk about it today, it's been about a month since the game has released. Mainly, I cover solo PvE-friendly content in my streams and videos, and I've been seeing a lot more increased discussion about this topic recently, about if it needs a PvE mode in my comments and in the chat of my streams, as well as other places. I've even seen PvP players start talking about how they wish Matriarch and Queen would be like some kind of PvE mode, so there's been increased discussion from a lot of the community, at least as far as I've seen, about this topic, so that's why I wanted to make this video here today. If you're a PvE player who loves this game and wants to see more PvE content, make sure to stick around and then let me know what you think down below in the comments. Like and subscribe as well. Now let's get into one of the biggest debates in the community, going back and forth all across the internet, from Steam forums to Reddit to YouTube comments threads. I've got a YouTube video from over a month ago where I still just get all day, every day, people still arguing back and forth about PvE versus PvP. It might be the biggest actual talking point for the community, and it's because a lot of people, there's so many different people engaged with this game, and a lot of people engage with it for the PvP, and a lot of people engage with it for the PvE. The thing with the PvE, though, is that the PvP can kind of ruin the PvE. And I know PvP players feel the same way. Sometimes they just don't even want, you know, they just want to be able to PvP and not have to worry about a fireball or a hornet pulling up behind them and messing up the whole fight, or a rocketeer and whatnot. So this game's kind of at a weird point where they want this game to be a 10-year game and be this super huge game, and they went away from PvE and added PvP because they thought that would give it a better chance at being a bigger game and lasting longer. And ultimately they were right. The sales are through the roof and they have incredible player counts right now. But about that longevity for 10 years, I think there was a lot of questions when this game first came out about like which direction the community would take it. And we're kind of starting to see that now that the game's been out for a little bit more than a month. So we can start to kind of take away, you know, where is this headed and what is going to happen. And from what I've been seeing is that a lot of PvE enjoyers are just not... it's the experience of getting PvP'd or ratted doesn't really add tension for them. It's just not enjoyable. It kind of just ruins the experience. There's not really like the extra tension of, oh, I might just lose my stuff. Doesn't really add anything for that kind of player. It's just more of a bummer when it happens, and it makes you not want to play the game anymore. And then people say like, oh well, it's, you know, maybe this game isn't for you. But they literally they put so much stuff in this game for PvE players. Like, this game is actually doing way more innovative, interesting things PvE-wise than it is PvP-wise. I think PvP-wise, the only interesting or innovative things that they're doing is they came out with an extraction shooter on console that's casual friendly, that doesn't stick you in a poverty loop if you're dying over and over and over, where you can just spam free kits and treat it like Fortnite, essentially, if you want to. So, in some ways they're, you know, paving new ground as a PvP game, but as a PvE game, they're doing a lot of interesting things. You know, they have the third person, the immersion, the insane, amazing open world, and all the AI work that they've done with the enemies that is more interesting than almost any other PvE enemy in any other game. So, of course, they're going to attract these PvE players, and they want this to be this big game that lasts forever, but in the current state, it just feels like, and this is going off what I'm hearing from the majority of people in my chat and in the comments of my videos, is that they're just going to lose a majority of the players if they have to keep dealing with the PvP aspect of it. And that's going to jeopardize this game becoming as big as they want it to be and lasting as long as they want it to last. When you think about a 10-year game, Fortnite's only been out for 8.5 years. So to reach that actual success of being a successful game for 10 years, you can't start bleeding players a month or two in. And you've seen all the different modes Fortnite has added. You know, they've got the custom maps where you can play like only up. They've got like car race. I'm not saying this game should turn into Fortnite like that, so I'll just stop right there. But to actually reach a 10-year cycle and have that kind of player base, they're going to eventually have to appeal to the PvE players, because in the current state, like, that tension just doesn't do anything for you as a PvE player. It just makes it unenjoyable. I've seen people even going like, now people won't even go in with, I've seen this comment like multiple times, like people will just go in with nothing, so if somebody rats them, they won't get anything. Like, so it's like people have even just gotten to that point where, yeah, they're just so hyper aware that they're going to get ratted that it completely affects how they play the game, and then you don't really have that much enjoyment. Like, you can't really enjoy the PvE aspects to their full potential, like fighting the queen or fighting the matriarch, because you have to worry about some rat on a free kit sneaking up and shooting you in the back the whole time. And I know their whole thing is, you know, we want that tension to add excitement to the game, but for the people who enjoy PvE, that tension doesn't really do anything for them. So maybe this is more of a niche game, and maybe they have to let go of possibly being a 10-year game. If they really want to stay as just an extraction shooter, that's more of a niche game. That's not a 10-year, everybody's going to keep playing it type of game. And that's why I wanted to talk about this, because that's what I'm starting to see. all of this amazing elements that I talked about of the design and the AI enemies and the third world person and the immersive world drew in so many potential PvE players, but now the actual experience of playing the game over and over after it being out for a month is just already growing dry. I've talked about it in a couple other videos about the PvE endgame where there isn't really much to do, but they've shown in their most recent documentary that they know that, and they know they need to focus on giving us things to do besides shooting each other. So the game's only been out for a month, and I know not everybody plays it as much as I do, so I'm kind of like chilling on that for now, giving them time to see what they can come out with for the possible end game. But in the current state, just giving you my perspective of what I've seen from the PvE community, a lot of them are just going to stop playing this game because it's just not worth it. I think a lot of why this game is so successful is because there's so many gigantic PvP content creators covering this, and thus, you know, advertising it to their massive fan bases 10 to 12 hours a day. Of course, those people are going to want to get on and play. And, you know, it's only $40, so it doesn't cost that much. The world is really cool. The gunplay is amazing. The game is really well made. I think the PvP is really fun in duos and trios. I don't think it's really fun in solos, though, and that's where the majority of the PvE audience has gone to. The community has kind of made it the PvE experience, whereas if the community didn't do this and be so friendly in solos, it could be such a miserable, sweaty, ratty experience in solos. Like, if you're getting ratted in solos, you really don't have much of a chance to do anything back. You know, you get shot first in the head from behind, and then you've got, you know, barely any shield and half your health, and next thing you know, there's grenades flying at you, and, you know, you're going around trying to be friendly, and for, you know, a couple days in a row, nobody shoots you, so you're just walking around going, hey, you friendly? And next thing you know, you have a shotgun in your mouth, and you're like, oh, guess you weren't friendly. You know, it's not fun. And for us players who have come to this game, I'm just saying there's such a gigantic, massive population of this game that just aren't interested in the PvP, and it does nothing for them, that they're going to have to cater to them eventually, or they're going to leave, and this game's never going to reach what they want it to reach. This game has no chance of reaching a 10-year cycle if they don't appeal to the PvE players, because essentially what has happened is this is a game that has infinite possibilities where you can just choose to all be friendly, or you can choose to all just go to war, but the majority of almost every single duo and trio lobby is just shoot on sight, kill on sight. So the only time you can even like experience the PvE or any of the other like 90% of possible options besides just shoot on sight and kill on sight is in solos. And when that experience isn't in solos, and it just kind of, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. You get on, and like for days in a row, you're playing just this PvE game where everybody's fun and it's friendly and it's super chill, and you have all these amazing experiences, and then you just get ratted by somebody on a free kit who's not using a mic like 2 out of 3 raids, and you're like, I don't want to play this anymore. It doesn't add suspense. It doesn't add anything interesting. Also, the game's so easy and casual. Like, losing loot doesn't really like matter. It's just like that experience genuinely sucked. Like, this game's so fun. You can go around playing a harmonica or a recorder and just being super goofy and talking in voice, and then people just want to pull up no mic and slime you in the back, and it's just like, it feels like two completely different games. So it's like there's this one game here where we're being friendly and co-oping and having a good time and being goofy, and we're involved in the immersion and the lore of the world of like, hey, we need to survive and bring stuff back to Speranza, and we need to fight these Ark who have taken over yada yada yada. And then there's this whole other different game of, I'm a PvP player, the only thing I enjoy is PvP, so I shoot everybody I see. And there's like no immersion to that. There's no using a microphone and having fun and those interesting, it feels like a completely opposite game. Like, it feels like playing a completely, it's like, so out of nowhere, it'll just randomly be like, when you do get rats or unfriendly people in a solo lobby, it just all of a sudden feels like a completely different game. And for PvE players, PvE enjoyers, there's nothing enriching or enjoyable or cool about that experience. And PvP players get so worked up about this and want to argue so much about it, and it's like, why would it hurt you in any way for there to be a PvE mode in this game? The only thing that would actually genuinely affect you is now you wouldn't have easy targets to go shoot in the back, or people who are saying they're friendly for you to just shoot and take free stuff off of. That's literally all it would do. So if you really like PvP that much, you wouldn't be against this, because it would just make the PvP better, because then you'd actually be going against people shooting back all the time and fighting back all the time instead of you just getting free easy kills. So if you're so against there being a PvE mode, really all you're saying is you need free easy kills off of people who aren't trying to fight back. And if that's you, you know, cool, bro. Pop off in the comments. A lot of people also like to say, oh, the game would be so boring if it was just PvE. I don't think so. They gave up on it just being PvE years ago, and a lot of PvE players are still able to have a lot of good fun in this game just by doing the PvE. If they actually tried and worked on the PvE more, it could be so easily an amazing game for PvE players who enjoy that. Maybe you don't understand that because all you like is PvP, but from a PvE enjoyer himself who hears from other PvE enjoyers all day, every day in his comments and in his live chat, you're wrong. The fact of the matter is, they had a playtest where they ran around Spaceport, and they had a great time, and everybody said it was a great time, and they were going to focus on that and turn that into the full game experience. And when they asked one of their game devs how long they would need to put it together, he said 2 years, and he said, you only have 6 months. They could have made this into an amazing PvE game if they wanted to. They wanted it to be a bigger game. They wanted it to make more money, and they wanted a bigger player base, and they knew that the only way to do that was to add PvP, and they were right. But if they keep just relying on PvP and they keep just letting it overtake every other part of the game, like I said earlier, this is a game with infinite options. There's so many different outcomes. So when people just no mic and shoot, it just becomes its most brain dead form. It just becomes Fortnite, or it just becomes Apex Legends, but worse. Like if you want to just play straight up PvP, like those games are much better in my opinion. You know, like this game has so many issues with desync and third person peeking and all the different bugs and different places where you can just glitch into a wall or into a roof and just shoot people through it. All the insane amount of cheaters I've seen recently on people's streams. All the stream sniping in this game. Like, oh my goodness, I don't know how people enjoy it. Like, I feel like a lot of people who got this game bought it just so they could try to stream snipe Peanut. Like, dead ass. How many thousands of people bought this game just so they could try to stream snipe Peanut? So, like, the game is leaning so heavily towards it's just only one mode, where it's this game with infinite possibilities, that I think they're just going to have to eventually give the PvE players something, or they're going to leave. And, you know, if you want this game to just become a PvP only game, that's where it's going to be headed if you don't. And after a month of playing this game, I can say that confidently. I've got over 170 hours in this game, and I know that's how I feel, and I know that's how, I feel less strongly about this than almost everybody in my community. I'll try to play in the middle and be like, you know what, they did make a good decision for their studio and for the company and the financial success of their company by adding PvP. And most of the people in my community are like, hell no, they didn't. Like this, and I feel it every time, because they could have made a great PvE game here easily if they wanted to. They just wanted more players and they wanted more money. But they're going to lose some of those players, and they're going to lose some of that money if they don't start giving the PvE players more of a reason to stay around, rather than really the community doing it themselves. The solo community are the ones who have created this environment and are the ones keeping this PvE dream alive in this game. So some help from the devs would be great there, and would be much appreciated. Those are my thoughts on this. I'm sure, you know, say whatever you want in the comments. All the support is much appreciated and helps us stay in the algorithm longer. I appreciate anybody who's watched this full video. Thank you so much for watching. Please consider subscribing. We're almost at 1,000 subs. So close to getting monetized. Costs nothing to subscribe, and really helps us out a lot and would be much appreciated. Like for the algorithm as well. I'll see you guys next time. Prison Pocket Pete, out.
Oh god.
Let's be honest, the end of the world always looks better in the movies. In cinema, the apocalypse is usually colour graded with a cool teal filter. Everyone has perfectly distressed leather jackets, and the main character always knows exactly where the secret bunker is. In reality, a nuclear event is mostly just loud, confusing, and incredibly inconvenient for your weekend plans. I'm Tom, and welcome to the Apocalypse Curriculum. Today we are walking through the first 100 days after a nuclear detonation. We are not talking about fighting zombies or becoming a warlord of the wasteland. We are talking about the boring, gritty, and absolutely vital physics of staying alive when the infrastructure of modern life decides to take an indefinite sabbatical. The scenario is simple but terrifying. A detonation has occurred. You are outside the vaporization zone, which is the immediate blast radius where physics stops being a suggestion and becomes a eraser. But you are close enough to see the flash. That flash is your starting gun. The desire here is universal. You want to grab your family, jump in the car, and drive away from the mushroom cloud at 100 miles an hour while listening to classic rock. That is the instinct. It is also the mistake that gets most people killed. The conflict is that the roads are already parking lots, and the radioactive fallout, pulverized earth and debris sucked up into the atmosphere and made radioactive, is about to rain down like a fatal snowstorm. The change in your behaviour needs to happen in the first 10 to 20 minutes. You have to suppress the urge to run, and instead embrace the urge to hide. The result of staying put is that you survive the most lethal phase of the event without getting a lethal dose of radiation. So, put down the car keys. We are going nowhere fast, and that is exactly how we win. Let's talk about that 15-minute window. This is the time between the flash and the arrival of the fallout. Fallout is essentially heavy dust that emits gamma radiation, which penetrates most materials and damages your cells at a molecular level. Think of it as an invisible sunburn that goes all the way through your body. If you are caught outside when that dust settles, your odds drop to near zero. The desire is to find the perfect shelter, deep underground, stocked with beans and filtered air.
Kiara.
The conflict
Welcome
is
to
that
my
you
channel.
probably are at work, at home, or in a coffee shop, and you don't have a bunker key. The panic sets in. You look for the perfect spot and waste precious minutes. We need to shift your criteria from perfect to adequate. The change is understanding the geometry of shielding. You want mass between you and the outside world. Concrete, brick, earth, and steel are your best friends. A standard wood frame house offers very little protection, but the basement of that house is decent. The centre of a large office building is better. A subway tunnel is gold. The result is that you get inside before the sky starts falling. If you are in a car, get out. Cars are glass and thin metal. They are terrible radiation shields and excellent coffins. Find a building. If you are in a multi-storey building, go to the centre floors. Not the roof, because dust settles there. Not the ground floor, because dust piles up outside. Go to the middle. It is the principle of distance. You are putting as much concrete as possible between you and the radioactive particles. Once you are in, shut everything. Windows, doors, vents. Tape them up if you have tape. Stuff towels in the cracks if you don't. This isn't about making the room airtight forever. It is about keeping the physical dust out of your living space. Congratulations, you have survived the first hour. Now the real work begins. So you are inside. The adrenaline is wearing off, and the reality is setting in. It is dark because the power grid is likely down, and it is quiet, which is somehow worse. Day one is not about action, it is about radical inaction. The desire is to know what is happening. You want to open the door, check on the neighbours, or try to get a cell signal near a window. This is the conflict. Your curiosity is now a lethal liability. The radiation levels outside are at their absolute peak right now. The concept you need to embrace is the inverse square law, but we can keep it simple. Every hour you wait, the radiation gets less deadly. It decays rapidly. The change is to treat the outside world as if it is made of lava. Do not look out the window. Do not open the door for the cat. If you have a radio, crank it. If you get static, keep it on low. Information is the most valuable resource you have, but do not go outside to get it. If you were exposed to the air before you got inside, we have a problem. Radioactive dust might be on your clothes or hair. The result of bringing that inside is that you turn your shelter into a microwave. You need to decontaminate. This sounds technical, but it really just means stripping down. Take off your outer layer of clothes. Put them in a plastic bag. Seal the bag. Put that bag as far away from you as possible. If you can wash with soap and water, do it. If water is scarce, wipe your skin with a damp cloth. Do not use conditioner in your hair. It binds radioactive particles to the hair shaft, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say, but here we are. Be gentle. You do not want to scrub your skin raw and create open entry points. Once you are clean, you sit. You wait. You eat nothing that was left uncovered. You drink only from sealed bottles or the water remaining in your hot water heater. We are playing the waiting game, and the prize is seeing next week. While you are sitting in the dark, let's do some math. Survival is mostly algebra with higher stakes. You need to inventory what you have. The desire is to eat a comfort meal to calm your nerves. You want to crush that bag of chips and drink a soda. The conflict is that you don't know how long you will be here. It could be 2 days. It could be 2 weeks before the radiation drops enough to move. If you eat everything now, you starve later. The change is strict rationing immediately. Count your calories. Count your litres. A human being needs about 2 to 3 litres of water a day to maintain basic function. Maybe less if you are just lying on the floor trying not to panic. Food is secondary. You can go 3 weeks without food. You die in 3 days without water. The result is a spreadsheet in your head. Check your water sources. Bottled water is safe. The water in your toilet tank, the tank, not the bowl, is usually safe. The water heater is a gold mine of 40 or 50 gallons. Do not drink from the tap. The municipal supply might be compromised or depressurized, sucking in contaminants. If you have a bathtub and you filled it right when the event started, you are winning. If not, work with what you have. Rationing isn't just about starving slowly, it is about maintaining discipline. It gives you a job. Organize your cans. Count your granola bars. Assign values to them. This sounds tedious, but boredom is a luxury right now. If you are with others, this inventory process is crucial for trust. Everyone sees what is there. Everyone agrees on the plan. If you hoard a candy bar in your pocket, you are planting the seeds of a mutiny that will sprout in 10 days. Transparency is your best security system inside the shelter. So, take stock. You might find you have more than you think, or you might find you need to start drinking half rations immediately. Better to know now than when your throat is closing up on day 4. Welcome to the tunnel. Days 2 through 14 are the hardest phase mentally. The initial shock is gone, replaced by a crushing monotony and the slow dawning horror of hygiene in a sealed room. The radiation outside is still high, though dropping. The desire is to leave, to breathe fresh air, to use a flushing toilet. The conflict is that the infrastructure is dead. The sewer lines rely on pumps that need electricity. If you flush the toilet, it might not come back, or worse, it might back up. The change is accepting that you are now living in a space capsule without a bathroom. You need a sanitation plan. This is where the romance of the apocalypse dies fast. You need a bucket. Line it with heavy-duty bags. Use kitty litter, dirt, or shredded paper to cover waste. Seal it tight. The result is disease control. Dysentery has killed more armies than bullets ever did. If you get sick with a stomach bug in a survival situation, dehydration will kill you faster than the fallout. Keep the facilities as far from the food and water as possible. Wash your hands. If you don't have water to spare, use sanitizer. If you don't have sanitizer, use a separate
Oh.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty.
Hi there.
Democracy. Our way of life. Oh.
Oh. BFA. BFA. Okay. Šta ja?
Ja sam gore naložio, nema niko. Ćao je
Znam, znam. Rekao je samo da... Da?
Povore samo uboči na drugu.
Hoću. Sad je... Dobro, pola 12.
Pola 12.
A. So far it works. So far it works. Okay. Ja, si.
Cloth. Hygiene is not about smelling good. It is
Our galaxy. A perfectly managed territory overflowing with democracy-sustaining resources. Resources that allow humanity to live, grow, and obey with absolute freedom. Out of all our rightfully owned worlds, we reserve the best ones for our citizens. Ensuring every drop of oil, every ore of metal, is professionally removed by our expert hand. But in the shadows, a dark menace lurks. While we carefully extract our natural resources, the automatons ravage entire worlds. Take the magma planets. Too hot for humans, too unstable for farming, too explosive for tourism, yet rich in minerals. Minerals the automatons steal with every drill. Their unsanctioned mining endangers not only humanity's expansion, but the very survival of managed democracy itself. Across the galaxy, our brave Helldivers fight to reclaim our worlds. But we need citizens like you to turn liberated rock into freshly mined freedom. For more information on how you can help, contact your nearest Ministry of Expansion Center today. Because every ore they take is a child's future lost.
PlayStation.
O, tu je Kecman.
Zdravo.
Zdravo. Zamisli, piše we have temporarily disabled hidden bunker event.
Ja sam ti rekao,
Ko bi rekao? Ko bi nikad ne bi pomislio da postoji neki exploit.
Ma ja ti rekao, znači Ilija, nemoguće.
Jebena, 3 minuta!
Otvorili...
Poslali smo signal, 3 minuta je prošla.
Ma kojih 3 minuta, Ilija, brate, pretrčali smo 700 metara do toga.
Da.
Da kažemo, i dok smo ga našli, ma brate...
Ne, znao sam de, ne, ja sam znao de, nismo ga tražili uopšte.
Znaš, ono da budi ta 3 minuta, majko mu...
Ne, tražio sam vrata možda 30 sekundi, dok nisam ubao tačno onu planinu u kojoj se nalazi.
Pa da. Nemoguće bre da su ga obrstili, jebote. Očistili su ga, očistili su.
Tek kad aktiviraš 4 satelita i pošalješ zadnji signal, otvaraju se vrata. Pre toga ne bi trebalo da iko može da uđe, razumeš? Međutim...
Nego, na čemu se sad radi tu, Ilija? Da li u taj hidden bunker može da se uđe i kada nije event i da li tamo ima luta?
To je vrlo dobro pitanje.
A? Ajde reci sad to. Drugo, jesi vidio one
ja mislim da
ubijaju iz zida?
Kako?
Ugličuju se u zid i ubijaju te iza zida. Zid te ubije, da kažeš tako.
Da.
Ti njega i ne vidiš u fazonu, a on tebe vidi i upuca te ono iz zida. Ili plafona.
To se gleda na Stella Montisu, da uvati neki zipline i popne se sa njim i izađe iz mape.
A da, i onda znaš, ono, ja bih imao tih nekih glitcheva koji su baš ono glupovi i retardirani.
Pa ima, ali, si gledao onoga Kačketa, onoga šta on, streamera, ovoga Summita, kad je pokazivao kako su loši PvP sponovi na Stella Montisu, zato što je mala mapa.
Pa jesno ono mali koridor.
I bukvalno je stao, znači nije on to radio zato što, eto tako, seća se nego...
Ne mora onda mi kaže, igrao sam mapu, znamo.
Bukvalno staje na jednom ćošku i čekuje, razumeš, udar da ne iđe. Znači, jedan, drugi, treći, četvrti, peti. Samo dolazi.
Nemaš dovoljno prolaza, razumeš, svi moraju da idu istim putevima. Zbog toga jesno neka kladnica da mapi.
A drugi klip sam gledao juče na Redditu. Lik ode u medical, kao solo. Opali meta. Njih petorica se šetaju, kao svi su friendly, znaš, solo friendly.
Da.
Ovaj lik opali jedno metak u leđen i ne ubije ga. Ovi počnu da pucaju jedni na druge. Nastane opšti masakr. Kad je prvi metak...
To mi zvuči, to mi skroz zvuči kao Stella Montis.
Kao više niko nije bio friendly, razumeš, svi su se pobijali. I on je ubio tipa zadnju dvojicu, ja mislim. Ono iz zasada.
Ja sam juče...
Obrisao igru.
Došao na jedno saznanje, to je da ja ne umem da lootujem blueprintove.
Kako to misliš?
Ja nemam pojma koliko sam otvorio weapon cache-eva, ne znam koliko sam otvorio medical bagova,
da.
ammo crate-ova i breach-eva.
Samo te pitam, sve to što si rekao, to bilo dan ili noć?
Juče nisam uhvatio, ni juče ni prekjuče nisam uspio da uhvatim, znači ono, tajminzi za noćne mape su retardirani.
Ako si igrao dnevne mape...
Dnevne, jesu.
Ne. Neš ništa ni naći.
Ma, nema moguće da ćeš ništa naći.
Ne, ništa. Ništa. Toliko su loši dropuje. Takav je ono, by design.
Uletio sam u jedan puta... U stvari, jedan put sam uspio da uletim na onaj... munje i gromove, ali to se isto računa kao noć, to sam uspio da uhvatim.
Da, ali to je još jači ti je taj kao modifier za dropove na elektromagnetic sword.
Ne se ovako na generalno dropove, izneo sam ja kao neke vrednosti, ta sranja, ono, svaki put bi izneo preko 22.000 iskustva iz mape, znaš, ono, od 20 do 25.
Da.
Kapiraš, ono, ne želim si ja na te stvari, ono, ali koliko god da sam uspio da izotvaram stvari, jednostavno ništa, ono.
Još nisi maksimalno
našao sam dali vulkan, mislim, pazi, izneo sam onih venatora, izneo sam renegada, kurac, evo te, znači, razbijam to oružje.
Ali to se ni ne računa, samo ti to kažem, nemoj se ljutiš. To nemoj da računaš u loot, to što si našao pušku.
To ti kažem.
To, da si našao blueprint za oružje, now we're talking.
Mislim, našao sam neki, nije da nisam nalazio ništa, ali ja našao neke blueprinti koje već imam. I doslovno u fazonu ono kad se vratim u bazu...
A vast automaton mining enterprise has been discovered. Their expansionism and exploitation can be tolerated no longer.
Šta je ovo sad? What?
Jesi to skinuo igru kad si video da je ovo...
Ne, samo sam... Odeš u, kako se zove, ne, nisam je brisao. Odeš u Steam folder na betu i izabereš Slim verziju tamo. Slim verzija ti 22 GB. Regularna verzija ti 130 GB. I onda kao kažu ovo je opciono. Ja rekao ne, ovo nije opciono, ovo je... ovo je glavno. Ono ludilo što ste napravili na 130 GB, to je opciono.
A koja je razlika ono?
Kompresa ona kao zapakovana verzija ti u suštini za ljude koji žele, kojima nije kao stalo do prostora na hard disku, već kako mi nije stalo za 130 GB jebote, pa da imam 5 terabajta, 130 GB mi je van pameti. Njihovi duplirani fajlovi i gluposti. Forat je što određene logične stvari, kao ti resursi su kopirani unutar samog foldera igre na 2-3 mjesta. I bukvalno je veličina igre veštački podignuta da bi se ubrzao kao taj load time. Što ti je posljedica starog engine-a, toga Stingraya. Što me navodi na pomisao da njihova sljedeća igra, bila to Magica 3 Space Wars ili Magica da, ako sam ja dobro shvatio, ono što oni hoće da napravi sljedeće nije Helldivers 3, već nešto u fazonu Helldivera, ali kao u Magica fazonu. To je moja pretpostavka. Nisam siguran. Ili će neki novi IP da napravi.
Interesantno. Malo to je bilo isto interesantna igrica ono kad se pojavila.
Stavio sam neke model za zvuk i za UI isto. Ujebate što lepo izgleda atmosfera.
FTL jump successful.
A imam ušte da tralsi mi nikako ne idu pojene za tralse kad god igram solo. To je neki generalni zaključak koji sam stekao.
Ne razumijem sa čim ovi Dexter flexuje ovo.
Šta za?
Ma ne pojma, ono kao izašle mi neke fotografije što je on tu stavio, ali... Stvarno ne vidimo ono šta to ima. Ajde kao čini mi se da je ovo. Torrente. Blueprint.
To smo sve svi naši.
Pa ne znam, ali baš ne vidim da ima išta, ono kaže another flex. Pa sad gledam ono šta mu je flex. Ove žičare, pištolje, brate, ja sam to prodavao.
Hookshot pištolj, to sam ja isto. Prodao sam bar 2-3 komada. Glupo mi je da ga štekam kao majmuna, razumeš, da bi mi ga neko, razumeš, iz zasede ko me vidi da ga ispalim, recimo, da se ono laserski fokusira na mene da me ubije, da mi ga ukrade. Ma kaki. Jedan sam našao bio i hteo sam da se preskočim sa zgrade na zgradu i procenio sam loš luk pao kroz prozor i ubio se. Kad sam bio solo.
Čef, dobro. Ali nešto kažem ono, ako nešto ono, nakupio sam dosta ovih iskustva. Uzeo sam par levela, juče i prekuče, ono tu sam 62. level sad.
Ti još nisi max level, pa dobro, ni ne moraš da budeš ako ćeš da radiš ekspediciju, ako nećeš, svejedno ti isto.
Bit ću, brate, ono, ja ne znam kad se
to je perma upgrade koliko sam video, stash size i skill poeni, da, perma.
Što mi je okej?
Ja sam sucker za te stvari.
Nisam siguran koliko mi je dobro sa tim questovima opet, ali šta je znam ono.
Kako misliš?
Pelo! Poenta graditi...
A staviće nove? Pa dobiješ neke blueprinte, ja mislim da dobiješ blueprint za onaj kao kreker i za municiju, tek kad uradiš quest, znaš?
Da, i za ono, ja mislim...
Za burletu i tako. Dobro, to ti je kasnije, nije na početku.
Seize the automaton's ill-gotten gains. They will fuel the expansion of freedom.
Ovo zašto mrzim anti-aliasing, sve mi izgleda provučeno plastavinom, razumeš?
Deploying support weapon. Deploying equipment package.
Kad smo pola 12 već.
Main objective nearby. Here comes the cavalry.
Throwing grenade!
Počeo da nosim TNT, inače. Mnogo jako. Mnogo jako. TNT. Pre je bio skelet. Ne, pre je bio kurat, pa. Boga mi je motorska dobra je.
A upao sam u 15. mesto.
Meni se nisu plani ni pomerali kad sam otišao bio.
How about a nice cup of flavored cheese?
Šta kad si otišao ovo 2 dana, šta?
Pa nisu plani uopće.
Kako misliš nisu išli?
Pa uđem u misiju, uradim, razumeš, objektive, ništa se ne dešava.
Da.
Ne znam o čemu se radi.
Ne znam, ista stvar. Ali ja mislim da mi treba, znaš kako sad mislim da...
Ja mislim da Duosi i Triosi dobiju samo trial rating. Možemo da probamo ako budeš imao vremena i kad budeš imao vremena.
Pomno pak ni sad, ali...
Ne, u redu, ne moraš. Isprobam Helldivere da vidim kako radi ovaj.
Ja sam mislio da mi treba da pretjeramo, na primjer, još kako sam odneo onih baterija, na primjer.
Da.
I sad mi je palo na pamet da li treba, pošto meni stoji valjda na 3000 poena.
Da.
Da li ja treba da pretjeram preko 3000 poena, da bi krenuo to da se računa? Da.
Ja mislim da je zabagovano za solo igrače, možemo da probamo u dosima. Probao sam ne. Znaš šta pričaš, ali nije logično. Prvi supplies ne možda uradiš kako treba, ne zove start. Gdje ćeš ti naći toliko suppliesa, čak i da igraš, a dnevni red nemoj ni da računaš. Dnevni red nemoj ni da računaš. Znaš? Šta je bravo?
Ne, kako to... Potpišeš mi da definitivno to.
Dnevni red nema šanse da ga uradiš, a regularni isto, da nakupiš to, kažeš ti 3000 poena, ne znam, to je znak pitanja.
Nema tu od toga, znači... Isto ulazi, ubio sam one papove, ubijem, brate, preko 10 ovih, kako se zovu, arkova. Ma nisam gledao.
da, nešto su rekli da su dodali keybindove nove za igru.
Keybindove?
Da, keybindove. Da možda promeniš fire mode za oružje. Combat,
Interesant.
trouble, pa. Quick weapon wheel up, quick weapon wheel down.
A, kurvo, i sad kad sam ja ovdje stigao nisi spawnuo. Telefon.
Gdje je telefon?
Ma, u ovome. Volim da lutam telefon.
Aha, na to menjam. Ovo je dobro. Možeš brzo da promeniš input, na primjer, ako imaš autocannon možda promeniš sa razbiskavajućih granata na eksplozivne granate. Bez da ono držiš scroll pa promeniš brzinski ono, ne. Baš ono ne prekidaš gameplay, razumiješ, već igraš ono normalno.
Eto, u onim Water Towersima, znaš koliko mi se puta desilo da mi se izbagovo
Da.
ona baterija.
Dobro.
Kao ne mogu da je pokupim, kao vidim je stoji tu, ali ne mogu nešto da je uradim.
Ne, ja mislim da ta nije interaktivna uopšte. Ako mislimo na to.
Pa... Ne znam zašto ne bi bilo interaktivno koliko smo iskupovali u prethodnim partijama.
Flor iz lava! Ujebote, zemlja gori. Niko mi nije rekao da će ovo biti ovako.
Ono magno.
Malo nisam izgora.
Eva. Welcome to my channel.
Neči komentari kad sam pročitao na par foruma bile, ne znam, neka kao šokantna vest i onda sad kao ljudi očekuju neku reakciju od gamera. I onda gamer napiše tipa, oh no, i onda kao 3 tačke, anyway. Kao neka ono vest iz nesvesti, znaš, kao nešto bi kao trebalo bude šokantno normalno ljudima. A ono tebe kao gamera boli užasno.
Objective near your position. mission at 30 minutes remaining. Objective critical stratagem available.
Get some! Get some! Fire in the hole!
Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Deploying sentry.
Interesantno, imaš assault rifle sa granatom laserom. Nema puno granata, ali ima sasvim dovoljno. Po meni.
Sending down equipment package.
A da li me
Objective
zajebalo?
critical stratagem available.
Throwing grenade!
Freedom has prevailed. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Jutros sam igrao jedno sat i kusur Flare Obscure i provalim da nisam uključio stream. Igrao sam Endless Tower, nema veze. Igrao sam Endless Tower, a Endless Tower ti je kao neki režim da se onako imaš neke predefinisane fajtovi, nagrada ti je recimo jedan onaj Lumine ili tako nešto.
Aha.
Ili Experience ili pare, razumeš, nije loše. Moment, moram da provjerim šporet na drvo.
Loše.
Armor mi je crveni plašt, a krv na njemu, razumeš, neprepoznatljiva, kao Deadpool kostim. A planeta je vulkanski crvena, znaš. I jednom sam izgoro bio u vatri, znači ne mogu da ti opišem. Armor mi je ono crveno na crno, tako izgleda, tekstura njemu. Teško reći nešto liči.
Deploying equipment package. Sending down sentry.
Mislim, sad ko igra ne radi brže sad. Ovo je manja mapa nego regularno postoji, ali...
Sending down equipment package.
Samim tim što igra na manjem prostoru, nije 120 GB brže, mi zapravo...
Čitao, pomoći
čitao. Čitao, što lakše mu je da nađe sve fajlove, razumeš? Nego da ore po 120 GB, razumeš? Pa kako su oni mislili da je to dobra ideja?
Ja, uzeo sam na kraju onaj skill ovdje, da oružja koje nosiš budu lakše.
Jedan level je...
Čini razliku dobro.
Pa ne znam koliko je, procentualno ti čini mi se, ali za oba oružja.
Pa da.
I onda u suštini aditivno, ako nosiš jedno oružje možda i nema razlike, ako nosiš dva, da ima.
Pa ako nosiš pištolj, razumeš, ono neće imati, ali ako naš.
Bilo šta već od pištolja ako nosiš ima razlike.
Da.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
I razliku u smislu.
Ozbiljno.
Ili ono kad imaš... čisti pola sata da se lepo izvukuješ... Nakon stižu. Oni rastin nailovi su teški, brate. Znači to prodaju se za 1000.
A raste nailovi?
A?
Nail ili baš ekseri?
Da.
Ili raste tu?
Da, go for it. I was shooting snakes. Well, I just loot for experience, not more. Feel free.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Not particularly, just experience. I'm done. Thanks, buddy.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Našao sam lika otvara onu probu, onu uspravnu, najgoru.
Da.
Malo sam ga plašio.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds.
Moraš i Derine reći da su.
Ne, jesam, javio sam mu se, ali znaš ono, mislim da nije prijatno da čuješ da se neko javi dok ono. I to još
I ti bi se praznojio da ti neko dođe s leđa.
Kako ne bi, brate, Ilija, reći ti jednu reč, testing ganec, znači... Koliko mi bilo prijatno. I onda moram baš imao sviča, istina, kad idemo u rotu tog sviča. Ali javio sam se prvo, ono. Ja ti kažem, za juče i prekriče sam došao do jednog zaključka. Mnogo se više izlutuje ako ne radiš PvP. Znaš, ono, možeš da pokriješ više, ovako imaš te borbe pa se ono, napucavaš, juriš. Evo ti još ispane ono gubljenje vremena raditi PvP.
Pa ješće. PvP je tu da bi ljudi se ono... izduvali ventil, se kaže, ball diffuse.
Čak i svaku drugu partiju, mada da me ne ubiju svaku drugu partiju, za ova 2 dana ubili su me 2 puta, odigrao sam preko 10 ranova, ono, oba dana. Otvorio sam sve što sam video, otvorio, znači...
Redko kam neko ubije ako nosim ovaj bedin. Redko.
Da bi da me pukne sa glavu sa terom ili sa embilom iz brzine. I da sam fully broken, bez cover. Onda jebam. Ne možeš puno da uradiš, ako stigneš da izvučeš bombu, da izbaciš iz inventara, onu dimnu. Ako nemaš dimnu bombu, jebi ga.
We'll have to thank the automatons for mining these resources for us, huh?
Nego, isto mi se desilo nešto zanimljivo u ovoj zgradi, kako se zove, power generator. Znaš isto da imaš onaj bridge, mislim znaš, naravno da znaš. Brate, lootovao sam ga skoro svaku partiju. Skoro svaku partiju, znači nikoga ne otvara.
Pa možda mi se, pa znaš kako, oni security bridge-ovi su ti prevelik rizik, a čovjek je uradio test run, 100 ih je otvorio. Od 100 otvorenih lokera našao je 2 blueprinta i možda 7-8 ljubičastih pušaka, sve ostalo plava oružje, amunicije, gluposti.
Ne, u ljubičaste puške više nećeš naći, ja mislim da su tako nešto rekli. Da je ono skoro na ivici nemoguće, znači plavo i to ti to. Ali isto sam primetio da ljudi dosta više lutuju ovaj most, onaj polomljeni. Na demu. Tu mi se baš desilo par puta da sam vidio da... To su izgleda uspeli da nauče.
Jučer sam gledao jako čudan video. Neki content creator. Sad video je bio na neku drugu temu, međutim ono što mi je bilo interesantno je situacija u kojoj se našao. Neko je gurao iz zgrade napolje, a to se obično ne radi, jel tako?
Čekaj, za koju igru? Za...
Ark Rider.
Aha.
To samo po sebi ne znači ništa, imaš ljude koji igraju agresivno PvP. Pitanje je Town Hall na Bad City, za koji ti treba kartica, to ti je obično dobro mjesto za lutovanje. Kažem, obično nije ni prišao bio Town Hallu, već i neko kroz prozor ga, razumiješ, počeo da ga puca, skoro ga rasturio. I on je skoro se uvučio u zgradu sa svojim teammateom, da bi ih ovi pušali preko krova. I on se kao to sklonio u zgradu, bacio dimnu bombu na vrata, kroz dim mu je čovjek sašio 3 headshota u glavu.
Do.
I kad je pao, njegov saigrač čisto pao iz 3-4 metka. Tako sve headshotove.
Aha, pa šta pitanje ono, da li su toliko dobri ili...
Pa ne znam da li su toliko dobri.
Mračne sile tu deluju.
Kaže, imaš tu ljudi svakakvih, znaš. Kaže ti imaš kao taj kernel level anti-cheat, ali ne znaš ni sam koliko ljudi idu daleko, razumeš, da bi dobili kompetitivnu prednost nad ostalima.
Jest.
U običnoj igri, pa bi to da je relaksacija. Ljudi tryharduju kao da im je to posao. Meni je posao da pravim tortilje. Kad bi tu mogao nekako da iščitam, da napravimo umjesto tone, da napravimo 5 tona, razumeš, tortilje, to bi bio dobar cheat. A ti si u meču, jel da?
Da, ubijemo onog survivora.
Pa dobro.
S aferom.
Pa u redu. Ćeš još jednu kad to završi?
Hoću. Ja mogu da izađem, samo da ubijem njega, ono hoću.
Saša, kad ćete, nemoj da pogineš dok izlaziš, poslije ću ja biti kriv.
Ovo rekao je da si ne poginu.
Pa...
Kako sam oslobodio mjesto? Ajde 5, mislim će biti 5 dosta za ovo. Blueprint. Ali torrent.
Što ima vas? Jesi dobio blueprint, jesi. Enjoy it.
Ne, drop to the ground. Mechanical parts. Nećemo preko jedan. 6 minuta mogu da stignem, ne mogu da stignem.
Šta ne izlazi?
Znači... No. Šta ja kažem, nešto mi je ovo igrica kaže da nisam mnogo lutao, 67.000. Ali dobro, da nisam. Glupa igrica, šta znam. Ništa, krenuo sam na izlazu da me ne bi čekao. Kažete se da sam ubio sa ovim, kako se zove, Ferom.
Možda ti čim noćiš, nije plan.
Ono. Našao sam ga na tako finoj lokaciji ovdje duboko u vodi, a... Tamo sam dobio uslova da pravim malo buke ovdje pored 100 metara, 150 metara pored izlaza, da pucam na šnića. Što mi je ovo?
Ja sam igrao
Što me je veoma obradovalo.
Ja sam igrao meč sa ovim, kako se zove, s Winchesterkom. Uteriza nije loše.
O, super, kako ne.
I to sam stavio light stock na nju. On ti daje... Kako se zove... 200% increase ADS speed. Malo li.
Oh ne. Ali ja htio kažem, ne znam da li ti treba... Ali dobro, što ne. Mislim, zavisi, nekad ti ne treba ovaj ADS sa tim. Sa Winchesterkom. Jednostavno kao koristiš i ko sačmor od prilike.
Dajte 30% brži equip i unequip. S leđa, kad je ono vadiš i stavljaš. Ako si ono u maršalnom režimu, recimo te ne uvate ono spušteni gaće, te ne ubije. Samo što kažem, samim tim što ćeš moći da petla ne petla, imat ćeš kao jeftiniji workbench taj repair. Si čuo za to?
Da.
Ti znaš koliko skupe sad stvari za operat uopšte?
Pa kad ih ideš na level, da.
Bilo šta, bukvalno da povru. Bilo šta osim onih zelenih itema, da kažemo.
Pa belih i zeleni isto, već umiju da trebamo da koštaju, na levelima kaže dosta.
I zeleni ne koštaju puno. Ali plavi ljubičasti.
A, da, pa ne isplati se ni popravljaš uopšte.
Ono kao, koristiš ga bukvalno dok se ne polomi.
Da, izašao.
Skineš sve delove i napraviš novu oružje. Ili lutuješ drugo oružje.
O, isto ko prate plavi štitove.
Mislim, to je tako da ono, znaš, bizarno. Znači da i to za štitove, uzmeš štit i jednostavno šta radiš s njim? Pa ne radiš ništa, uzmeš i polomiš ga.
Polomiš ga, dobiješ jedan materijal nazad i uložiš u njega celog ono, drugi materijal. Zbog toga je ovo k meni pitanje kada padnem, ne znam, jel ti treba torrent?
Šta, blueprint? Ne.
Da.
Ne, šta si? Ne, kak?
O, 28.700, pa dobar je run bio, mnogo više nego što sam očekio.
Na zadnji ekstrakt sam bacio bio 4-5 dimnih bombi, niko nije vidio ništa. Bilo je 2 igrača su trčali u dim, razumeš, tamo u onaj kako se zove, ne izlaza, ali niko nije vidio ni meni, ni njih. Tako je bilo prilike.
Brate, znači šta ja se ovdje malo prodam, joj, pa da, to je inventar ovdje. 56.000.
Dobro. Gume mi treba mnogo.
Gume ti treba mnogo?
Baš mi treba mnogo gume.
Šta radiš sa gumom?
Pravimo, ne, ajnšpice. Skoro svaki put ponesem po 50 gume, razumeš, i potrošim. Lako je poneti, treba vratiti toliko gume, znaš.
Ja ću morati počnem prodajem simple gun parts, znači koliko imam, 2, 4, 6, 7 stekova. Mnogo.
8, 12.
Toliko gun parts? Jebote Ilija, pa šta će ti tu?
12 ili ovo 13 ili? 12. Zato što mogu od toga da napravim i medium i heavy. I light. Kažem ti, kad ono lootujem, kad igram regularno, nađem i complex gun part i broken gun part i...
Mislim da mi zamrzlo igru.
Sve to razbivam. Čusto.
Ne da mi igra da prodam simple gun partove.
Ne vidim zašto bih prodavao. Jedno da je dobra cena.
Nije, 10 komada za 3...
Ma kaki, napravi, samo i konvertuj druge te kitove. To ti je moj savjet.
Ali u tom je razlog stvar što... Već imam... medium, imam i light i heavy gun partove, već ih imam ono kao gotove.
Koliko imaš? Po 5?
Pa tako ih držim.
Po 5? Aha. Ja ih ni ne skupljam zato što znam da imam po 20 od svih. Skupljam samo simple gun partove, ovo ostalo sve razbijam. Znaš, gledao sam kad ljudi igraju, razumeš, i streamere, i YouTube kreatore, i Twitchove. Oni svi skupljaju zasebno stekove svega toga, i ne znam, i kompleks, i heavy, i light, i medium.
Znam, ali kada praviš ovo oružje i kad ih upgradeš, traži ti direktno to.
Ne, pa... Stvar tome što mogu već da napravim sve to. Jedino što ne mogu da napravim je, a to sam dao čoveku. To sam lootovao recept i dao sam ga. Complex gun part. Dao sam mu, jer sam mu rekao, jedino što vidim ovde da može da se napravi od toga ti je ona energetska oružja, ona energy weapon. Za njih ti treba complex gun part. A ne može niko da dođe, osim ako, to mi je čovjek dao dobar savjet, kaže, ali treba da igraš kao, ono, treba da iz daljine snajperom gađaš kraljicu ili onoga matrijarha u nogu. Da je otkineš nogu sa paljbom. I kad je noga eksplodira, da budeš tu, da ga lutuješ, da drugi neko ne ukrade. To je jedini validan način da to uradiš, pošto u regularnom meču da se ljudi kao dogovore da neko da ubiju kraljicu, da svako lutuje po jedan reaktor, to neš naći. Jer to je sad postala zabava, razumeš, da se skupe igrači, da niko ne ubija kraljicu, nego da čekaju debile koji će dodu da se bore s kraljicom, razumeš, da bi mogli da ih ubiju.
Što se tiče ovog power roda, čoveče, juče sam otvorio 2 puta onu istu sobu, 2 puta, mislim...
Nema blueprinta, ima nekakav loot, bude wolfpack unutra.
Ništa od loota, znači, tako je loot bio slab.
Po danu?
Ja rekao, ne znam...
Drevna mapa, jel da?
A?
Drevna mapa.
Da, drevna.
Nema ni da se trudiš, drevna mapa, to ću ti ja reći. Toliko je slab taj modifier za drevna mapa. To, kartice i power rodovi, sve to što otključava vrata, ne trudim se. Jedino što mogu da lutujem po danu su ti ovi weapon lockeri ako prođem pored njih.
sa nekim free kitom. Ja onda odem i obijem ga da vidim, možda nađem nešto. Na Buried City mogu da obiđem, ako nema puno ljudi, mogu da obiđem 3-4 weapon lockera za 2 minuta. Jedan imaš kod crvene kule, drugi kod zelene, da je apoteka, i imaš kod Santa Maria House, imaš 2 komada weapon lockera. Taj, kako se zove, security locker. To su ti 4 komada, pa 2 do 3 minuta, zavisi koliko ima AI-a i koliko ima igrača okolo. I da li skupljaš sve. Ako ne skupljaš sve, nego samo otvoriš i vidiš, bude Wolfpack granata u njima. Samo Wolfpack granata je nekad dovoljna meni. Očitam to unutra. Stavim je sve.
To da, što kažeš, ajde, ono.
Pa nije ajde, ne mogu da je pravim.
Pa ja sam ih nalazio, brate, juče ono iz igre, kad nađem Wolfpack granatu, bacim, ubijem roketira ili tako nešto, ono, čisto li mi smetao. Samo ih pijučem, rekao da mi ne zauzima prostor.
Jesi ti završio ili ćeš još da...
Ja sam pa rekao bacim najt još onda.
Pa... Pa nema nigde noćna mapa, ima samo elektromagnetna oluja na Dan Battleground. Sad ponesi onaj power rod, ako hoćeš. Sad.
Hold, daj mi sekund samo.
A možemo da odem na Blue Gate. Imam karticu od kuće tamo u selu. Piše matrijarh, ali da idemo na matrijarh, nego idemo u Blue Gate Village, ako hoćeš. To zanima više.
Jo, zašto ne mogu da ga prevučem u inventar?
Šta? Šta konkretno?
Ajde, nosim power rod.
Ne, nisi me čuo. Ne moraš da ga nosiš. Možemo da odigramo, slušaj me, možemo da odigramo i Blue Gate, piše matrijarh da je aktivan event. Ali ne idemo na matrijarh, nego imam karticu od sela. I piše da ti modifier čitave zone 5. Što znači da je verovatno bolji loot tamo, nisam siguran.
Čekaj, to... Jel radi hatchkey na tome?
Da, to je dnevna mapa, možeš poneti ako hoćeš. Da, ovog puta možda poneseš.
Ajde.
Bukvalno sam ponao jedno oružje.
Čekaj onda. Što nosiš od oružja, Herpin?
Ne, ponao sam Anvil, imam jedan Anvil viška. Najskuplji na tom Anvilu ti je pregušivač level 2. A to što je taj Anvil level 3, to znači samo da sam ga upgradeovao sa 2 na 3. I to je bilo to.
Isto ja nosim burletu, ali nemam pregušivač. I 100 metaka.
Hoćeš da ti ponesem level 1 pregušivač za burletu. To mi je poklon od Makića. Znači to će ti otprilike bar malo pomoći kod nje. Pošto ona svejedno ne pravi neku nenormalnu, znaš.
Znam, ali zbog toga, ala.
Igi, jesi imao sreće sa surverom?
To rekao ti našem torrent.
Torrente, pušku ili blueprint? Blueprint, jel' tako?
Blueprint.
Možeš naći blueprinte, ali nije garantovano šta ćeš naći od blueprinta.
Ubio sam ih juče i prekričao ono... 3-4 komada za ceo dan.
Ja sam u jednoj misiji ubio 2. Ubiješ jednoga na početku meča, tu iznad. Na 15-20 minuta. I sad čekaš još jedno 10 minuta.
Slučajno naišao.
A? Izvolio.
Jesi ih tražio ili slučajno si naišao?
Ne, našao sam ih gore na severu, Blue Gate, na primjer.
Watch your backs, Raiders. The matriarch has been spotted near your location. Keep your wits about you if you decide to go anywhere near, and always keep a close eye on her children.
Ima li tu nešto?
Ne.
Znaš šta je fora što i ljudi znaju da tu obično ima nešto i onda obično ne idem tamo. Igrao sam bio Helldivere 2 i shvatio sam koliko je kretenje Helldiverima 2, iako su obe igre iz trećeg lica. Planki. I animacije su planki. Koliko ovaj zapravo superiorno u odnosu na druge igre. Animacije karaktera, bukvalno te animacije kad usporiš, staneš, legneš, tučneš, razumeš.
A, to da.
Bukvalno sam upoređivao ono, znači igrao sam malo Helldiver, ne puno, za 2-3 meča. Koliko je drugačije igra. Obe su igre iz trećeg lica, razumeš. Ali nisu iste. Ovdje kavera nema, znaš.
Zato sam krenuo da izgledam stranu.
Ja bi skroz levo da odemo okolo sela. Imaš ti tu tajne šteklo, nisam ih ja sve provalio, razumiješ. Ne znam, ima negdje sanduk ili ona transportna vreća.
O, taj motiv.
Pa to sam i htio da udarim, razumiješ. Ako postavim sebi, razumiješ, guzicom, ako udarim ivicu mape, šanse da neko naiđe s te strane su 0. To kaže najlakše kada okreneš leđe zidu. Mogu doći samo od napred. Zato mi je zapravo Very City lagan za navigaciju. Bukvalno ispod oluka trčim. Imaš ljudi koji trče ono bez mozga, trči, razumeš, sredinom ceste, siluetom od udara, od onih zgrada, nevjerovatno, razumeš.
Ovdje je moguće da naćemo ljudi zato što ovdje imaju questa.
Možda neće na ljude, to stoji.
Znači bi mogli ovaj deo da strčimo, hoćemo odmah da ga zalomimo na...
Ali samim tim zavisi kako ko raspoložen, većina ljudi koji rade quest.
Gdje si ti tamo otišao?
Zato što ne moraš tako da ideš blizu sela, pazi ste da te odemo. A blizu si i jedne crkve. Znaš, još se nije sponovo, još ga ne čujem. Tu zna da ti bude ili jedan od 3 ona heavy-a. Bastion, Liper ili kako se zove onaj treći granadir. Boga mi i roketir zna da leti okolo. Još se nije sponovo ovdje.
Da, nestalo se odmah na početku.
Evo, speaking of devil.
Rocketeer, the village.
Znači negdje na 26 minuta.
Pa, verovatno pravi krugove okolo, to je moja pretpostavka, znaš. Ono gdje mi treba da idemo, to se pa da idemo. To ti je... Lemon.
Lemon.
To je zgrada preko puta farmacije, viš farmacije.
Da?
A sama farmacija ti kao neki mini point of interest, znaš. Sa solidnim lootom. Da, noć je dobro da odeš u farmaciju. To sam provalio sa Slavkom ulicu. Izvoli. Nađi šta možeš.
Znaš, za ovo je možda pametno nositi, burleta. I El Toro.
Još jedno.
Evo ti El Toro ovdje. A šta niste da uzmeš burletu? Uzmi burletu od ovdje.
Ja bi je raznao. Hoćeš da uzmeš da je koristiš?
Neću, imam 7-8 komanda. Ovo mod partovi. Ti treba i mod partovi?
Koliko? 1, 2?
Jedan, mod components 1 sad imam.
Samo nosi. Evo gume. Tu ima par kontejnera, ništa epski ovdje nema. Znaš.
Čekaj, gdje smo bili još?
Bojim se da je to to.
To je to od ovog.
Da?
Da ti ključ treba za ovo?
Village key. Ej, izgleda da možda svi izađe ovdje, doći. Stani.
Aha, čuo. Što sad tu?
Blokiraš, upravo su me blokirani, nisam mogu da odajem, vatar me ošurio. Znaš? Vatar se raširila neku pregu.
Mislim da imaš prostor.
Nemam, bio si pored mene kad sam radio rov, udario sam u tebi i stao. Izgubio sam svaki moment.
Could be something. Here.
Uglavnom crafting materijali ovdje ima, ali nije loše za to. Hemikali, od svega pomalo. To te čini mi se generalno. Nađeš hemikalije, zavoje i plastiku, ja mislim.
Faded photograph.
O. Pare to.
Što ste?
Neću.
Ćeš na krov?
Ajde. Imamo žičaru na... Ovo da nas ne ide baš. Pa čekaj, to znači da s ovom žičarom tamo gdje smo iskoristili ključ, brate, ne moraš koristiti?
Ne.
Aha, ne može se koristiti, ne može se. Što ne može? Evo,
ne, je ovo poseban loot, ovo zatvori. A ne može da siđeš dole. Razumeš?
A, vidim sad.
Ima point.
A wasp out there.
Da ćemo sad. To je bilo to što se tiče kartice. Hoćeš da odemo u recepciju?
Let's go to the reinforced reception.
No, može.
Ne znam gdje su supply depoji na ovoj mapi. To mi nije jasno.
Čekaj.
Tebe vidim.
Gdje si ti? Izašao?
Izašao dole, ali na ulici se
mogu da... Ti si izašao s druge strane.
Gdje si ti izašao?
Sa druge strane. Jel tebe on gleda?
Ne, brate, ja sam u farmaciji. Ja sad znaju da budu ponekad recepti ili tako neki džidžabidžica, ali noć.
Stvarno, ovdje?
Aha. Pa ništa posebno nije, više kao village, znaš. Više ti loot veli medium, znaš.
Da, jeste žuto, ali...
Znaš da ovaj plamen gličuje zbog nekog razloga.
Koji plamen?
Onaj mali robotić koji je tamo izgorao.
A.
Kako se ja ovo odradio, nije mjesto. Izvijeni. Ovako.
Mislim da suđe ovdje, a?
Da, može, gledaj. Ali ovaj kofer je... Možda uđeš ono. Pretpostavljam da je nekako obskurno mjesto da bude šafaka. Vrlo obskurno mjesto. Ko bi se ovdje popao zbog čega?
Nešto drago da sam uradio često da vidim da mogu.
Da, probao sam da vidi nije. Mislim, ono, može da dođeš tu, da li ima logike, nisam siguran.
A raider cache, over here.
Vidiš ga?
Dakle, nisam prošao prije.
Pa nije napravio bog za kakav, ono, klik.
Prosim sam, znaš.
A? Au! Bi čuo? Sada je neko u zgradi. Da, neko u celu. Pauku skočio na neko.
Ja to nisam čuo.
Nisi čuo pauku?
Ne.
Samo što sam primetio kad se Slavkom igram. Vama je audio isečena tipa 20-30 metara, znaš. Vi čujete tu do 10-15 metara. Ja sam te master na 40%, ja čujem do 40-50 metara u radiusu. Tu zna da bude blueprint. Noću, na primjer. Random zna da bude blueprint. Znam šta je. Ne tam je XP, samo ovako ima isto vredno nekada, ima?
Ne. U meni ne. Imaš ovdje municiju.
Za shotgun?
Da, aj poneću. I to 9 komada, nije malo.
Shotgun ammo.
Hvala. Kraljica je... Pa trebao bi da ima marker na ovoj mapu, samo ja ne vidim. Nije markiran. Mogu da otpeke pogodim da je.
Ali ono može da bude, ma... Ovo je super otvoreno, mapu može bude bilo gdje.
Flare neki.
Raiders refuge.
Nis flare. Ko neko umre. Nema ovdje, ova ti mapa čini mi se malo bolja od Stella Montis, znaš, malo. Stella Montis je klaustrofobična i kondenzovana, ovo ti je malo veće, bez kavera. Da te AI može lagano pregaziti ako ne paziš na poziciju. I to je razlog. I ovo je otvoreno.
Down here.
Ja mislim da ovdje gore neko može weapon cache, da.
Tu gore?
A, ovdje.
Ne nego strojer, vidiš?
Look there.
Koji je to pravac? Da ga ulovimo?
Pa sad čim da ga ulovimo i jedan i drugi koristimo. No pen, brate, municiju.
Angel imam.
Ja nemam ništa za njega. To jest imam fireball ako
hoćeš bombe da ti dam.
Mogu da bacim vatru.
Drži. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Treba ti bombe. To mu šikne. Ovdje sa strane zna da ti bude weapon box, to znaš? Više ne vidim. Gledao sam iz točka da li vidio, ali vidim nešto. Давай.
A matriarch, there.
A ovaj gad je na vrhu benzinske pumpe, znaš?
O, daj.
Prošli put sam ga tuku na vrhu skladišta.
A pitanje je li ima ono načina... Čujem se da nije baš...
Stani, metak iznad glave. Odavde ne... Nisi čuo ništa, ozbiljno.
Ne, mislim da nije bilo za nas, da je to bilo što sam dole pokušavati. Ovo...
Samo potrči dole, na benzinsku. Pogledaj kontejnera kroz. Ja i ti smo se zaklonili, nisam siguran da je ovo za nas bilo.
Još jedan telefon, još jedan telefon! A!
Kako nisi telefon, to je... Toki-voki, je li toki-voki?
Ne, telefon, baš obični telefon.
Šta da je kad se rastavi?
Ne, prodajem.
Da vidim na što liči. Nije to telefon.
No ja ga zovem telefon.
To je sve samo ne telefon.
Ja ga zovem telefon, za mene je to telefon za što izgleda kad je stari telefon. And rubber duck. Šta sam se našao? Nego.
Anyway, gdje je ovaj mali igrač? Evo, pobeš.
Si ga vidi?
Evo, tu je. Pravo. Samo da ne ušetamo neku zasadu. Čujem raketire iznad glave. Evo ga, vidiš?
Vidim. Kako smo otišli?
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. Over there. 10 minutes.
Nismo da otvoriš.
I to sam sebe zapalio.
Zapalili su njega, pa...
To mu ne baci impa granata.
Htio sam prvo ovo da probam.
Uopšte nije sinkovan, dobro zvuči. Ja ga čujem kilometrima nazad, razumeš?
Eno ga.
Ima ga.
Ja mislim da je kor neki kod mene.
Jebi ga, probaj mraku da nađeš bolje ti to nego stojiš na level jamci. Sve uspao?
Ništa, lutao sam ono što je bilo.
Kor nima ništa?
Da, ono svoju kuglu što daje.
Da. Ako kor nema ništa, onda nema ništa. Nažalost. Vidiš ti isto?
Let's head home at the reinforced hatch.
Ništa, ova kreditna kartica bila je trk. Neko je desno umro.
Mislim sam našao senzor jedan kod njega od strepa.
Neko je desno umro. Tu negdje.
Watch out, overhead.
Senzor. Pošto igram većinom noćne raidove i elektromagnetnu oluju, jučer sam skupljio bio i senzore, došlo je do te tačke da više nema pointa da ih skupljam ako ne igram dnevne mape da izađem regularno. Vidio? Si lutiš ovo?
Što je vidio?
Vidim.
What the fuck?
Lutuj sve to. A ti to ne lutuješ sve kao pobično?
Ne.
Sad ti kažem, to ono što ti i Slavko radite, to ja ga uzim pa ga bacim na pod.
Ne.
Ne, nego ćeš zadimiti.
Ja sam skroz protiv toga. Pogotovo ono kada dođeš i kreneš da uništavaš loot isto, to ja sam...
Bole me pat. Ti ne skupljaš simple gun partija?
Ne, postavio sam i tebi nešto.
Ja sam 6 komada u džepu. Tu nema izlaza, budi siguran, gledao sam mapu.
Ali opet gledam da se neko nije možda zajedno to.
Može jedino naći mrtvog čovjeka možda, koji je neko smekao.
To se zašao. Je li ovo ono?
To je to, da. Ali je odrađeno. Vidiš? Ako imaš bateriju, ne radi promptno urađeno.
All raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Aha, vidim sklonje neko vam ostaći, vidiš kako stoji.
Da, nema luka.
bolje da... Ne, nema, otvaraj se, izlazi. Jer se ljudi dalje kraju.
Može?
Ajde.
Daj mi sekund samo. Da sim. Da sim. Nije ovo bilo loše.
Htio sam više od onog ključa. Iskreno. Nije da nisi.
Možda su oni to na low key, brate, kao malo nerfovali sve te stvari.
Pa moja pretpostavka upravo tako. Imaš ti neku karticu, neki ključ za otvoriti ili? Ne.
Ja sam sve to... Izbacio, sad ću ti kažem šta imam u tih ključeva. Blue Gate Confiscation Room.
Ne znam gdje. Postavljam da je dole onome kompleksu. Dalo mi kao nešto što ideš Već u neku zonu kao ono high octane. Da.
Ljubičasti je ono.
Da, to je upravo takva zona koju se rekao.
Da, mogu da ponesemo ko ćeš.
Da vidimo koja mapa ima. Damn Battleground.
Ovo je za Blue Gate.
Kako si rekao? Confiscation room, jel?
Confiscation room, da. Blue Gate.
Samo. Blue... Momcek da nemaš nikakav modifier na ovaj, piše Material Difficulty 5, ali to ti uopšte ne diže nikakav. Blue Gate Confiscation room key. Not interested,
What's up, I'm Troubleshoot. In this quick guide, I'll show you how to use the picture to way better performance. The Techno I'd highly recommend visit. Otherwise, on Down Battlegrounds, because are also a great plan. Let's do it. Things like that. As a perception, this is where we'll be heading it. Which side, when those when heading in here, immediately in front of you, you might notice to the same place. We're heading all the way down to the bottom of this, right here. Heading through here, you'll immediately possibly see a turret. Getting rid of the turret and heading through here, or alternatively leaving it, we can open this door and head through here. Now, before we go any further, we'll be heading down to the right in just a second. There's a door here, just past it. Door, 2 security lockers in here, and happen to hand you a couple of these little cupboard doors. One, so you chose to loot it. This takes you down past another grenade case and a locked door right here. As you can see, this here, a player that can spawn in apparently, and a locked door right here. As you can see, this massive him you can make him, or all we need to do here, heading immediately, see what we get from it. Moving into the front area here. Third desk panels behind us. So finally, not much here. And finally, and considering that the upstairs room is hopefully you found this video useful, if not interesting, thank you for from it. A med bag, the front area here. Let's start going. What do we get from it? You should find the locked door right here. Coming back here on a whole different run, let's see what we get from it. Door, and if the matriarch is on the map, it'll be right above you. However, heading in through this front door, all we need to do is keep a left here, which should keep you out of the way of the bastion and things like that. Slipping left here, you can keep holding onto this side, and you'll eventually end up in the security.
Vidim. Čim uđeš dolu u tunel, levo držiš i tu je. Easy peasy. Ajde. Ponovno sam pištolj, ponovno sam pušku. Ne planiram da ubijem ljude, ali ne volim to no shoot friendly i onda kao yes, no shoot i vidiš ga vadi bombu, znaš da mi baci. Znači, koga ti lažeš? I onda kaže misklik kad ga ubijem, znaš. Sad treba kažem, aha, yes, it's a misklik. Sad ja taj da ga iskoristim da ga, živim. Ne. Neću da im pružim uopšte ono kao da ga, razumeš, da ga pikiram pesnicom u glavu, ne. Pucam ga dok ne umre. Možda deluje toksično, ali nije. Bukvalno ga ustrelim. Ko kjera.
Ništa, dosim onda burletu i sačmor.
To ti je dosta dobro. Čekaj, mogu da napravim malo bolji od ovoga loadout, sad ću ti reći. Ona mala kuglica, znaš.
Aha.
Napravit ćemo 3, ona, kako se zove, 3 grenade. Eksploziv. Košto ima procesora i eksploziva. Toga ima. I stavit ću save pop. I to je to. Easy peasy. Kartu si uzeo, da? Za Blue Gate.
No, da.
Poneću ja kečki.
Ja ga već uzeo, ali... Mogu da ga vratim. Ajde kada poneću, onda stavit ću ja u safe pocket, a ti nosi...
Karticu stavi safe pocket.
Može, jes. Ništa, to je... Čekaj, jel to jedna od onih vrata za koje možemo da ponesemo u bridge?
Ne. Da, možda uzmeš letu da blokiraš rat. Čak šta više uzmi 3, ona kako se zove, 3 letve za bridge. Znaš da možeš 3 puta da blokiraš rat, to sam gledao isto.
Da, čekaj, to može se kupi, beš.
Možda ga craftuješ isto. To ti je na utility. Door blocker. Košta te metal part i rubber part.
Utility station, jeste. Šta si rekao, koliko misliš da treba? 3?
Pa 3 ti je stack.
Zašto ga ne stavi u inventar, nego sad treba da ga jurim ovdje?
Također vredi ako odeš gore u armory. Ako odeš security room u armory, ako uđeš tamo prvi, slučajno. Odvališ letvu sa vrata, uđeš u armory i onda blokiraš s unutrašnje strane da pretožiš. Da ti neko ne uđe, razumeš. Čak i da te ubiju, uzeo si neki blueprint ili nešto, samo još praktikovac. Većina ljudi tamo ne ide radi, našao sam ljubičastu pušku. Wow. Većina oružja koje koristim uopšte nemaju taj, kako kaže, purple rarity. Ni epic rarity, ne znam nije šta. Sasvim normalno oružje, samo level up. Ponekad, kao ta purple oružja su bolje iz kutije nego zelena i ono belo, nego napređena.
Kako? Obično oružje sva traže napređenje, da bi postala ono...
Pa i attachment i napređenje, većina njih.
Ja to pokušao Borisu da objasnim, brate, Boris, ti attachmente i da ih kupiš za pare, brate, ne koštaju te toliko mnogo, ono.
Da, ne koštaju te, a bez jednog attachmenta puška ne vredi puno. Evo, počeli smo od početka. Samo što smo nekako loše poziciji.
Kombat MK2, lepo.
Go to that location.
Smo jako daleko reći.
Ali ako su spravili te glitchove...
Za?
Pa, znaš ovo da se kroz vratu... Pa vidio sam crveno. Zašto ja nosim ovo delo?
Ne znam, voliš da budeš meta bolje, šta?
Zo. Ovo nije trebalo ovako, ja nešto sam gledao, da.
Klikću se tamo i...
Brate, što me ne pita equipi, da, ne.
Ne pitate, samo ti kad bacim tamo. Ne znaš što je to tako postavljeno?
Uzulaš.
Nije ti trebalo puno da skapiraš.
Ne, brate.
Da ne bi oni radili 3 puta onaj kao confirm, znaš, operaciju. Ti na PC-u imaš u opciju da ti hoćeš, nećeš. Nije li ovdje onaj put sa usničakom slučajno?
Nije li malo niše, desno. Što je ono? Aha, ali to je dosta ispred nas. Eno su ispred ljudi. Otišli su u van.
Onda levo.
Samo su protrčali, mislim da idu levo.
Onda levo.
Čuješ Alva? Idu u tunel, oni će tunel da... Vratno pokušaju da uvuti.
Nije idemo u tunel. Surprise. Zavisi kuda uđe, znaš. Metak ne izrikošetira za glave.
Nije, pucali su na njih.
Znam, ali nije u nas.
Nije u nas, nego da.
Da pogledaš ove...
Gađaju ovo.
Ne bi ja žurio, oni su sad ovdje...
Da, pucati i ovog, evo, imaju ovog. Neće ni da lutuju, samo idu, znači napao ih je ovaj Hornet. I idu u
jedan
tunel.
ispred nas. Tu na pumpi. Ovo je Winchester. Trojica?
Dvojica, bre.
Tu je dvojica. Odaše gore.
Up there.
Kako najbolje da uradimo, a? Najpametnije zadnji ući ovdje. Ili prvi. Iza nas. Evo.
Ja ne znam zašto idemo u ovom pravcu.
Vidite zašto.
Nekog je ubio roketir.
Ne idem da glupo. Jesi na to mislim?
Ne, kako kažem, znači...
Ne, to sam registrovao. Ne idemo zato što ga je ubio roketir tu, tome...
Ovo da vrati jednom drugaru.
Umre i drugi. Polako, neki ubijamo.
Što i dalje puca, ti umro drugi.
Neka, polako. Uf, eno ga niz brka trči. Mislim, ako baš hoćeš da ga ovadiš, evo ti ga stiže.
Hoću da ga oladim.
Ma neću ni ja više, ono.
Više bi da on mene ne oladi. A matli ti imamo oni...
Pucu u tebe. I tebe i mene.
Kako nas su registrirali? Ništa, sad samo da ostanemo ovdje.
Ovo nije u tebi meni. Na desno, ovdje neki. Mrtv.
Što ga vidim?
Čuo sam, ti čuješ ajde flare
Ne, čuo sam ono to, ali, znaš, ono kao, ne da je mrtav, već da je spustio flare, da nije mrtav. To je onako...
Niko ne digne.
Pa čuješ pucanje, tako da verujem da je. Znači, dva tima je ono kako čuju pucanje.
A tu više ljudi ima da ga jebeš.
Ili si dižu međusobno pa slavno puca na iste, to ti kažem, nisam siguran što se dešava.
Evo, umro, čuo sam ga, čuo. 290 stepeni. Još jedna ekipa. A ja, kad smo mi naši kartisu da koristimo. Ali iko došao da ubija bose, ja ne bi rekao, a?
Ne. To košta.
Ovo je operacija lešina.
Lakše je ubiti onoga koga je došao da ubija bose.
Stoji da je kraljica ovdje, razumiješ?
Da. Ali to niko neće dirati, ja ti kažem.
Ali kraljica je bez...
čekaj. Dok ja otvori vrata, da pogledaš ispred.
Vrata čisto ko sus. A po kretanju ovog otišli su na ono, Northeast. Pošto vidim da se kraljica kreće, Matrix se kreće u tom pravcu.
Ne trče vam.
Si vidio? A to je ko zna koji tim onda ili ja?
Pa ne znam, ali vidim da trče tamo.
Da. Dok kažem, ono kao te teško reći da su se dizali ili su ono sve to novi ljudi. A opet znaš kako, možemo jednostavno ono, YOLO.
Pa upravo to.
Imam zanimljivo takmice novi sačno, da imam kinetic konverter.
Treba si kinetic konverter na shotgun?
Da.
To ti je dosta skup upgrade, ono znaš.
Da. Ovo sam kapirao ono... Ja mislim sam 2 donirao kad je bilo ono da se donirao.
Ako si 2 donirao, možda bi mogo 1
donirao. Pa to, ja ostavio sam ga.
Vidio sam exploit sa oružjem koji se nosi u jednoj ruci. Kad stojiš u kaveru i samo spamuješ hip fire shot.
Aha.
Bukvalno pucaš okolo zakona. Mi treba da idemo u ovom pravcu. Ovdje.
Let's go to the reinforced reception.
Ja vidio to. Ja meni još vidio što kako mogu.
Blokirao sam, bukvalno sam ga slajdao, pušao sam u lovu.
A zato sam ti rekao pustiš mene, a?
Spider. Prođemo s jedne strane tunela na drugi. Da možemo ovuda. Ovo sam Slavku bio pokušao da objasnim da može da uradi, on je na joystick ubio se bio, pokušavaju se skočiti tu.
Kako?
Ne znam.
Vidi, Ilija, ne znam kako ovo da kažem, ali ja sam gledao ljude, brate, kad igraju sa kontrolerom, nisam vidio da su toliko hinderovani.
Pa nisam nije, ali ova igra ima neke precizne inpute ako nisi probao.
A ima donekle, ono, mislim, svi se zaglavljujemo kad nemaš, treba ti određena doza inercije da bi ti preskočio ili bi se zakačio na nešto.
Ako ne možeš da kreneš iz mesta,
tako, i onda se dese oni stakovi. Mene je to nerviralo dok nisam provalio da je to jednostavno nije bug, već feature. Da moraš jednostavno da imaš stamine da se malo zaletiš.
Ćeš da otvoriš to? Pojma nema što možeš naći. Eno vidiš tamo kontejner.
Pa znam, ali...
Evo Randiko ima pojma gdje smo IT.
Našli sam shield za charger jedan.
Eto još. Nema tu ništa, da? Nikakav skok nema ili ništa.
Ne, neće ti da se zakačiš ovdje. To. Što bi?
Ništa. Rade. Počeo PvP. Opa. Odjed.
Koji, Kec, dvojka?
Kec.
Pa šta mi? Ajde, uzim se da ne znam koji ćemo koristiti.
Ne znam.
Evo vidite.
Ideš gore.
O.
Boga mi je dosta spratilo, ajmo vamo. Tada mu security, znaš. Security je pravo pa levo, ali... Možemo prođemo iznad.
Ammo box, here.
Imamo jedan shotgun patrona ako hoćeš.
Ne treba, sad imamo oko toga. Neko otvara nešto vamo.
Što?
Viš?
Iznad ovdje.
Pa i iznad ispod, ko zna. Ja bi vamo dodao. Kada je neko otvara automobile dobro na parkingu.
Down there.
Čuješ? Ne, ovo je ispred nas.
Over there.
Sad kad kažem ovo mi što se zvuči ispod.
Over here.
Tek.
Čuš, ovo slabo sigurno, ali tako, samo jedan ulaz ovdje.
Ne, imaš i ovdje ulaz. Stani.
Aha, čuo se da nije igrač.
Ovo ti viš dole. Odmah levo, to ti armor je. To ti je ono tipa highly contested i to već se otvara. Ali nisam treba tu da odem.
Nego?
Daj se kazati, malo polako. Lako možda bumpuješ u nekoga, razumeš, i bukvalno zato hodam. Ne bih čuo nekoga ako sprinta hodam. Ako neko puzi ili se ne mrda, jevi ga, neće ga čuti. Ali ako neko ono gniže, razumeš, to jest bilo šta brže od ovoga što ja i ti radimo, će se čuti. Da probamo. Viš ovaj autobus ovdje. baš razbija, ja se uvatio za to uzbio, znaš.
A, to sam imao pokušao, ali...
Vidiš se ima sreći. Probaj vam. Pravo gore pa levo, tu bi je ta soba.
Ček.
Ovo je sasvim dovoljno damage-a da ga
Dođe ga.
Otvori. Otvori i zatvorio, blokiraj tako. Stavi ono na stanje. Kecne, blokira ovo.
Ne može se blokirati.
Može li ovo?
A ne, može. John Portovi. Loterija. Što bi?
Mislim, hoće kad držiš dugo oružje u ruci.
Orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Hey, herbal bandage.
Si tu?
Da.
Joj. Malo falilo da... Nemam pojma koliko dugo ostanem AFK.
Uzi med imamo ako hoćeš, ti imaš tamo Colt onaj.
Venator misliš, a?
Pa da.
Hey, medium ammo.
Mislim, ako ga ti ne treba, ponesi ga pa ga rasturi za delove. Ovo je jednostavno.
Mislim da sam ostavio jedno 3-4 komada, da. Jesi sigurno da ga nećeš?
100%.
Anvil.
Šta ćemo? To ti baš oružje za ridu ti ono spamuju.
Ja tamo novi magazin što smo dobili, to ide na to. Brate, ova soba i nije nešto...
Ne. Čovjek se zapita zašto je ljubi čiste relike, uopšte razumiješ to.
Let's head home at the prefab hatch.
Zato bi izaći odavde iz ove mišolovke. Ajde, otvaraj.
Ja, spreman.
Ajde, otvaraj.
Čekaj, za ne bi ja trebao da mogu da kupim sad ovo?
Ne, mislim, šta će ostati?
Metal parts. Možemo da...
Pa možemo, sam pitanje kuda.
Kroz zgradu ili samo da idemo...
Sve tamo ovdje, doći. Ne znam da li je ovo greška, ali probam.
A to ti kroz grad?
Nema veze. Ovo ti rikvec.
A grenade tube, here.
A ovo je ona ista soba, samo iz drugog pravca. Pari vratim se. Wow.
Što spustili sve? Ovo su tvoji ljudi.
Znaš šta je fora? Onda ti je prošlo 2 ekipe. Minimum. Svako je uzeo po jednoj cigli. Nema ništa. Bukvalno ništa nije ostalo.
Čečeški i ovdje. Sve pravi.
Samo da nastavimo kosti radi ničega.
Pa to. Znaš, još ako neko dođe misleći da je to zbog nas.
Bojim se da će to biti kao jao, evo i kovi što idu kasno sa žurke. Ide na tebe. Dobar. Teško mi da ga pogodim ako tebe pikira.
Nisam trebao da ga gađa.
Pa neću da ga gađa, nema mogu. Ovo je kao security check, a?
Ovo. Če mi se treba...
Ima i tu izlaz, samo da nađemo vent za naslati, znaš?
3 popa.
Pucaj njih.
Čekaj, vidim sam još jednog, ja mislim.
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Nisi vidio kuglicu zadnju?
Ne, bro, znači ono pobjegla mi negdje.
Evo, iza nas ide. Ima prvo metoda kako da ubiješ, znaš? Krampom u zadnje sekunde.
Nekako ne budu zapravo to.
Ne radi ti ništa eksploziju, probao sam.
Ne, postoji šansa samo da eksplodira, da ne bude što
Taj mi ga pitanje, kada mi.
Krišaš frame i ono...
Wolfpack.
Super uzmik.
And, upper Leda.
Nešto za tebe.
Ne, treba se uzmeš Wolfpack.
Wolfpack je u safe pocketu, prijatelj.
Dobro.
Šta si misli?
Brleta 2.
Da.
Durability 104. Jebate.
Ajmo.
Mislim da možemo krenemo trčimo stranu, možemo nego da treba dobro. To je nešto.
A još malo govorim. Vamo ću doći. Negdje na pola tunela pa levo.
A fireball. There.
evo ga ovdje. Brzo. Joj!
Last chance to get out safely. I repeat, 2 minutes.
Možemo li stići da trčimo ovo? Nema vremena, bojim.
Zašto?
Nisi vidio mrtvog čovjeka pored sebe.
Ja sam, ali neću ga valjda lutovati na 1 minut.
Što ga ne?
I 200 metara.
Bojim se što mora da prođemo pored ovdje. Vojno, poslušaj me. Slajdi samo. Ali pogledaj vreme, vi ste jasno da... Ova luka koja nema... Ulazi. Znaš da me stanira izbacio me iz rupe.
Zadač možda se desi, ali...
Stanira me izbacio me iz rupe, ja gledam timer, bilo je 3, 2, 1, znaš. Ne, umro sam. Da, umro sam. Da, umro sam. Tako. Što mi izbacio iz rupe.
A, ne znam, na mom ekranu si uško.
Da, i na mom ekranu sam, jest. Well said. Osta mi je Wolfpack jedino od svega onog inventara. Dobro, nema vezi. Ispale glupo, ono, ne. Šta god. Šta god. Zvali Bože, onaj špagen tu sam u tebi, nebitno, napreći drugi.
Daću ti ovaj shotgun moj.
Nema potrebe. Ima i nijedan attachment, ili tako?
Imam plavi čovjek, imam taj...
To je preskup.
Ljubičasti. A?
Na ove dnevne mape se ne isplati igrati, sa i bez ovoga hečkija. Baš se ne isplati igrati.
To da. Jedino ako nosiš ono nešto bez briga, znaš. Ja ponesem kao burletu, ponesem fero i jebe mi se, brate, razumeš?
Ma da, nije, ovo je bio nikakav gubitak, znaš sam gomilu džubrata, bukvalno.
A kažem ti, ako hoćeš daću ti ovu shotgun i ovako imam još ono 3-4, ne imam više shotgun.
Ne, nema potrebe. Bukvalno. Ništa mi jače nije ni trebalo za sve ovo što smo dosta pobjeli dole. Da jedino da smo naišli na ljude, onda mora bi da putujem u njih shotgunom, ali za...
Nešto mi je bilo krivo što smo primili štetu, što su mi uštetili štit. I sad kad ga budem vidio da je, ne znam, ono, 50-60%, neću znati što da radim s njim.
Ja ću ti odmah reći, polomiti.
Bukvalno to. Znači...
Samo radi toga si isplatio ovaj prestiž. Da vidim.
Znaš, kao glupo mi da mi opravka bude, brate, ko pravljanje novog štita, ono. Treba bi da koristi neke, ono, možda mizernije. Znaš, ono kao, ajde ako padneš na 30% ili tako nešto, do tada možda ga opravljaš sa ovako nešto i neke druge stvarima.
Ima night raid na Buried City, ako hoćeš.
Hoćeo sam, kafu sam hotio da zovem.
Si dobio ikakve poene za ovo što smo radili?
Kako to misliš poene?
Poene.
Oko 16.000 iskustva.
Ne to. Trial poene.
A trial? Ne dobijam, evo, ni prekjuče, ni juče, ni danas, šta god da uradim, da ubijem popove, da ubijem hornete, da odnesem pakete, ne dobijem nikakve poene. Ništa.
Zabetoniran si.
Da. Zbog toga sam mi rekao, da li ja treba da prebacim taj kap da bi to krenulo da mi se računa, ti kažeš da je to...
Nema logike.
No nije.
Nema logike.
Nema logike zato što ovih sezona nije bilo tako.
Jer toliko poena ne možeš da napraviš, na primjer, na one sanduke. Nemaš nabuć toliko poena.
Ne da ne možeš, nego... znaš odakle sam, brate, nosio pakete zbog tih sanduka. I ono kao ništa, ono kao pogledam, rekao, brate, kako ništa, jebote, ono... I dalje stojim cementara, samo gubi mesta.
To si prvi dan napravi.
Bukvalno to, onaj dan što smo napravili, posle toga mi se ništa nije računalo što sam samo uradio. Ali gledam, samo me prestižu na ovoj listi, ono, samo mi gore i dole. Mislim, nije da mi nešto sada to mnogo znači, ali, da, ono, ako mogu da dobijem 2 prestiža, što ne bi uzeo 2 prestiža? Valjda te prestiže treba ultimati na tim teškim, kako se zove.
A, to je to.
Kada daju malo teže te zadatke, kad znaš kao ne mogu svi da se takmiče ili da guraju to.
A ne, ovo je lako.
Ovo je...
Ubi bilo šta, ubi popovi, ovi bossovi, razumeš, tipa liperi i tako.
Popovi više ono, mislim, vidi, ginu iz jednog metka, znači te popovi jednostavno ono... Čekaj, idem prvo samo da uradim... Ono je bitno da promenim jebeno delo.
Dobro si mi rekao... Workshop, gearbench, da uzem zelene kutije. Ne treba ništa skupljati.
Jojo. Ne, 83 mi štit. Šta si rekao da hoćeš da radimo?
Buried City. Tu imaš night raid.
A što, jel se girujemo ono sa oružjem, dobro, jako?
Ne, ponesi samo pištolj
Burleta pregušivač i to je to, a?
Medium armor, eto. Te neko ne skemba iz metka. To jeste pojenta medium armora. Da te neko ko te ono napadne iz zasade ne ubije. Sad kada shotgun kada te taguje sa 10-15 metara, teško ćeš to proživjeti. Ako ti nemaš shotgun, teško. Ponosan 5 regularnih bombi za pojasom i ponosan materijal da mogu da napiš 15. Eto.
To mi zvuči nešto mnogo specifično.
Pa zato što u 2 slota imam hemikalije i plastiku. 45, kako ide, 45 hemikalije i 30 plastike. To ti treba za 15 godina.
A ne, misliš, jel lovimo nešto od onih bossova?
Ne lovim ništa, nego poneću zato što mi Peto stalno navlači te gluposti po svakom meču. I ponosan da ih izbacim iz inventara bukvalno, da roknem, ne znam, na Spidera ili na Bastion, ne razumeš. Mislim da je jedini koji ne daje poene, baš da probam na noćnoj mapi kad sam s tobom. Šta gađamo? Lipera, Bastiona, Roketira, a znači onaj Granadir ne daje nikakve poene. Ja sam ga jednom roknuo bio Granadira i ne daje ništa.
Pa ne, za ovaj event da, nije naveden, da, to da.
A zašto specifično on, pored ove trojice, nije mjesto?
Ili ja? Ne, brate, ja, evo kažem ti, ništa od poena, brate, nisam dobio. Znači, 3700 sam na Hornetima, na 3000 na Deliveriju, 3500 na Popovima.
Da, isto. 12.000 na Arkovima i to stojim i ne mrdam. Dakle.
12.600 jeste Arkova Porops. A znaš koliko sam ih otvorio za ova 2 dana?
Ja sam danas igrao onaj Night Raid u elektromagnet, to je elektromagnetnu oluju, otvorio sam bar 10 komada. Ništa.
I ništa, ono tako. Ma ništa. Ne kapiram, ne sam. Ali nije mi jasno, mislim, vidim ovdje, kad pogledaš ovu listu, vidim da se ljudi penju, brate, znaš, ono. Jel mi onda, znaš, kao, jel smo mi nešto tu pogrešno radimo ili šta?
Samo da vidimo. Ark Riders Trial. Points not working, not going up. Points do not add up across multiple raids. You must achieve required total within one session. Znači nemoguće, jel da?
Kako to? Within one session, znači ono što sam ja rekao, znači trebaš da bukvalno pređeš te 3000 i čekaj kako onda drugi to radi.
Nema logike. Reci mi kako su recimo ljudi napucali supply point.
To ti kažem, meni je za to. To se ne respawnuje koliko ja znam.
Kako dobiješ toliko popova? Objasni mi.
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
Super, nema pojma. Neke stvari možeš da uradiš, pretpostavljam. 2-3 bossa da ubiješ, stoji. Možeš ubiti, ne znam, 1-2 lipera, 2-3 ona...
Roketira, da.
Ali nisam primetio generalno da ljudi s kojim igramo, recimo, baš toliko agresivno pušaju. Slično novce.
Jako pogrešno, to ti mate.
Ne verujem, neki izazovi su previše nerealni da bi mogli da uradiš tako lagano.
Pa možda se to ne radi, možda jesu zbog toga. Toster tkane,
Neko je dobro. Ovdje gori iza lavec jedan, znaš?
Čuo.
Pazi. So shoot on sight. That's nice. Not even a piece offer. Good to know. Više su se iznenadili pa su promašili zbog toga.
Oni ste mi drago lako.
Oni su bez veze.
Recimo kada krenemo to što gledamo.
A znaš zašto sam ovo radio? Samo da povuče magu, ne da traži okolo, znaš, gledaj sad ovo. Znači njih da traži, gledaj. Gledaj sad ovo. Viš, obično je miran, kao, znaš. A sad će se vrti oko zgrade. I ako njih spot ima da ih rasturi tamo.
Kad čujem.
Vaši ljudi krenu. A on nije po nama. Ja i ti nismo kupili ne prozore, ne vratimo.
Mislim da oni uopšte ne idu za nama.
Siguran, pa ušte puci.
Pa mogu se još neki drugi, da nekog drugog naiši.
To ti štrpim svega.
Da.
Gdje ode? Umro? Ide se još uvijek tu. Znaš? I sad možemo da iskočimo u record kroz prozor. Na ovu zadnju stranu. Ako pogledaš onaj log, imamo 1700 damage-a na onaj kad si vidio. 100 damage-a, roketier, liter, bastion.
Oho, znači dobro da predamo 4000.
Preguramo nekako, razumeš. Imam granatu, to da radim donekle. Kada bismo lutovali još neku od onih. Probaj. Ti?
Ja. Gdje ste ušao?
Pa dobro.
Iskreno.
Bijete okrenut buzicu. Nek trči. Čuješ? Iza nas. Bio.
Ovo sad... Ovo je idemo telefon.
Kinda unfortunate, right? Well... No, it is what it is. Nadao sam ga 2 puta taguo sa ovim Pinkheadom i da sam mu skinuo štit, znaš to? Ne veruješ mi, da?
Uskoči ne bi naravno putali smo obojicu njih.
Ne, putao sam sam u njega, čini mi se, 2 puta. Ne znam koliko je shielda imao. Možda nije bio pun. Znam da mu je shield već pobio.
Turbo pump.
Čega, turbo? Pušta na nekog iz nebada. Vojne.
Dobro, to su drugi.
Ne, iza glave ti je. Na tipa 50 metara na krovu, tu.
Up there.
Gdje je ovdje?
Znači ne mogu da obuđu ovdje. To se vidim da li imaju municije.
Za pištolj?
Mislim imam 70 metaka, ono, nije da mi...
Ne pucaj ja puno.
Koliko tebi je ostalo?
Dovoljno. Koliko pucam dovoljno.
O!
To nije robot, jel da?
Žičaro je opasna stvar, nije.
Izme glave, a? Bacam im ručne bombe, znaš?
Čuješ ih, da? O? Dole bombe.
Mrde? Ušli su na prozor, pazi, skoči napolje.
Gdje ste bio?
Pazi, nazad.
Dobro. Moramo. Ovo.
Ja sam poručio da izgled mene u ovi zgrade. Au. I ovdje umiram.
Dobro, to sam pičao.
Malo sreći, vatit će u drugi PvP, znaš?
Dođu vam.
Ovo smo odradili kao lisici u ulici.
A jebi ga, imali su jači firepower, ovi su se baš spremili.
Imali smo ja i ti, a pa ja ne idem da tryhardam ko oni, razumeš, nego idemo ono, na mozak, kao što si vidio. Imali su one koje zovu male ručne bombe, imali sam ja.
Imali su, ne, baš su došli spremni i vidim shieldove.
Brate, bacio ti je trigger nade gore, znaš, čim si ti pomere dangle, sad se krvi s onima tamo, znaš.
Čekaj, sakili slot.
Let's go to that location.
Čekaj, gore, sve.
Vamo.
Aha, to je.
Ako to nije ista ona ekipa s kojom smo se ovdje bili, znaš, ako to nije ista ekipa koja je bila ovdje. Ne, neko trči. Probably ovdje da doskočiš.
Down here.
Mi smo sad se backtrackovali, ono žestoko.
Ko, Miriam? Pa jesmo, ali...
Pa sam se zaglavio.
Ovdje nas ne očekuju. Znaš? Već sad su oni zabili tamo sa PvP-om. Odi. Si zaglavio?
Ne, uspio sam.
Da ne raketir pao ovdje.
Over there.
Ne mislim da ga vidimo.
Pa ćeš igrati to.
Pusto 500 po komadu.
Pa ako ćeš za level uzim.
O ne. Vada bi više lutovo ovo ispred. Ajde. Riskit for the biscuit. To. Gdje ste od?
Nisi me vidio. Drago mi da me nisi igraš, kako se šunje.
Ne, očekio sam da ćeš ostati tamo. Ne. Našao sam dva ova kora.
Baterije?
Ona parcelu, dva mali. To je isto.
Kurac. To Bastion, što je Bastion, vredalo bi da ga ne idemo bombu. Vidiš kako stvari, op.
Let's move to that location.
Ja sam mislio da ga pustim, neće nas vidjeti.
Neće on tebe da pusti odmah.
Usam sam god sad vidim da li ima šta, nema ništa.
Ima ovdje moj.
Možda ga ću zatvoriti samo ovaj prozor. Nešto otvoreno da je neko bio, ali... Da li moguće da ne znaju, da nisu vidjeli ili...
Voli kurac. Voli. Ovako lepo srpski rečeno, znaš.
Ja. Što te dovodi do sljedećeg zaključka, brate, jednostavno ste došli da ubiju neko. Šta si ustavio? Ovo ne mislim da ne treba Kerpin drugo oružje, a? Što je stopu? Četiri četvrsto budova.
A to je to. Daj neki eksploziju.
Ne, baci se sve. Duši imam time stopera.
Samo stani. I to zna da puca neko. Ti ga staniraš, on puca i vede po tebi. Šta se dešava s delom? To neko luto je ruku.
Head home at the northern station.
Čekaj, mi smo ga roknuli, ili tako?
Pogledaj logbook. Vidiš?
Dobro, upravo sam na 5.56.
Sad samo treba da keširamo pojene ovdje.
Nije nego zbog onog zvuka, zbog toga nisam bio siguran šta se dešava.
To ti je eksplozija. Upla igra.
Ne, nije.
Čuo se trde, i sad bi to trebalo odneti tamo, na resupply.
Sad se bilo kažemo, zašto ti bežu supply ovdje? Field depot ovdje.
Nije daleko.
Ali to nam je jedan, nama treba, čekaj.
Treba nam još koji, da.
Treba nam 4 ili 5 komada.
Treba da sam sebe pobediš. To mi je tako glupo.
Da. Služno da imamo 5 minuta i ne znam koliko će to biti nađeš.
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Znači ono što kaže skap. Znači on punch of knock.
A čekaj ću pogledam ovdje. A da ovo bi bilo previše dobro da bude istinito, ovo je mnogo blizu.
Da sad ga nađeš.
Ja mislio sam ovdje da pogledao sam, nema ono baterija, rekao, bilo bi previše dobro da što je blizu.
Je, gledaj sad kad pogledaš logbook, piše ti 1000 pojena. Ti treba da nađeš 4 sanduka da izneseš, znaš?
Ja mislim da nam za maksimalni level treba
4000.
4000 maksimum. Pa da, onda 4 sanduka noću. Što nije mala stvar.
Noću lakše nego danjem, znaš kako bi danjem da pokupiš.
Po duplo. Znači 8. Morat ću mislim da skočimo od auta. Ako krenemo... nije strašno.
Negdje raketirala ti za nas.
Čuo sam pum pum. Da, ono protiv...
Ne bi ja to tražio, ovdje.
Ne. A, daj. A šta radimo ili ja mislim?
Dole, podrum. Znaš da izlazi?
Da, znamo li ono, mogli smo malo direktno.
Bomba. Really, you're gonna fucking count this? Really? What the fucking little business you are? Yeah, let's see what you're gonna do. Holy.
Da, ali on je mali, on je time stopper.
So you're gonna fucking jump extract, get it? What a bit both of you. What?
Oh. Da, ja, što najgore ja.
He had a bunch of
Se ne možemo da pozovemo. Pa, sad ćemo ono da...
Kad sam ubio ovu kuglicu, bio kraj, znaš?
Da. Drugim rečima da nismo udarili kuglicu, izašli bi.
Jesi vidio kako taktiku mi u Pedersku?
Da.
A ja znao da će ovo biti. Ovako su mene i Kesiće bili koknuli, znaš? Imali smo 5600 poena za ovo, Roketier, Liper i Bastion, znaš? I džaba ne možeš da izađeš, zato što razumeš nekom eto, gomila ničega, razumeš, je bilo bitnije koji ti nosiš.
No nije mi bilo bitno, nego eto, kada neko dogodno.
A da li, ali on nije PvP, PvP je bio da su oni pušali nas, razumeš, da nas ubiju. Nego je bilo kao, znamo da ćete da izađemo, sad ćemo mi da vas sačekamo, razumeš. Ajoj.
Mada ja mislim da su tu bili isto ono idioti, brate, pošto vidim da je koristio RPG-o.
Verovatno.
To su bili ti idioti, evo ti.
Pa je isti ekipa, razumeš.
Gdje ih ne ubismo onda, majku, jedem njihovu glupavu.
Pa da smo imali bombi, ne, oni što su bili nokovani.
Ne, ona druga ekipa, što su nam bacali bombe, pa smo morali se povučemo od njih.
Bacao su im ja bombe.
Da, znam, ali kažem, to je bila ta ekipa.
Pa oni su zadnji izašli s mape, to stoji, ali zašto je njima palo na pamet da smo mi... A vjerojatno smo čuli da smo onoga Bastionu bili tamo, znaš.
Ne, ja znam da ti teško da poveriš u ovome, ali ovi ljudi su planirali da takvu igru odigraju, da čekaju zadnji voz, ako se neko pojavi, da ga oni nateraju da ostane. I njima je to sad super osjećaj.
Ne, ja ću radije da ostanem, znaš, nego da ti dam da mi napraviš kill. A radije ću da ostanem. I da, znači nemam skup loadout, razumeš. Da si imao skuplji loadout, onda bi možda pušao, razumeš. Ako već nisu kapirali da imamo jeftine loadoute, da se ima bolje loadout, ja bih gurao napred. A džaba, čime da pušam sa ovim... sa Kerpinom. Teško.
Ma nema bre.
Teško.
A mislim, znaš kako, nekad moraš da najdeš na gomilu debila.
Njih sad ovo radi, razumiješ.
Da, oni sad žive najbolji život, najbolji život, njima je ono kao...
Wow, oni su ostali...
Jer ima noć negdje, recimo.
Pa sad ću ti reći.
Ja znam da su prepremi za noć, ovo ponubi odvoj Wolfpacka i...
Isto imaš na ovaj... Pomozi mi reći, na Berit City. Ali možemo sačekati da istekne, da vidimo će nešto da zarotira za 3 minuta. Šteta, ovo je nemoguće raditi. Na DM Battlegroundu možeš da odradiš ako je noćni raid, ja mislim. Tu možda odradiš teoretski 4 supply. Znaš, ako imaš sreće. Da nađeš 3 supply kod vodenih tornjeva i da nađeš 1 do 2 u močvari. I to ti je to.
Da.
Što se tiče toga, a za ostalo...
Ja sam na DM-u sam iznosio, znači tamo na Water Toweru sam nađem otprilike 3 komada, ali jebi ga dok stignem do močvare, slabo da nađem tamo 1-2.
Meni fali metal scrap-a.
Ja?
Mhm.
To ne može da ti fali.
Može. Kad ne nosim, treba bi sad svaki komad metala, razumeš, koji nađem da ga izvlačim s mape. Mene mrzi to skuplje.
Hoćeš da ti ponesem, nemam pojma.
Pa džaba, ne moraš da nosiš, pa naću nekde.
Možda li ćeš naći, ne ukažem ako ti treba.
Trebao bi Ark, u suštini nismo išli, da si išao da salvage'ujem Ark Alloy. Ark Alloy, svaki Ark Alloy ti daje dupla, mislim, jedan Ark Alloy ti 2 metala tipa.
Mislim da tako ide. Samo da vidim.
A šta, nemaš ni Arkaluj?
Ma imamo, neću ga razbijem.
Jeste, 30 komada dobiješ od Arkaluje. Od steka puno.
Znači, imam 4 steka po 15, to je bilo 120 metala, to ne izradim, onda će ostati full bez toga. To
nam pojem, imam 4 steka Arkaluja i imam 3,5 steka...
Imam jedan, obično tako čuvam, da imam 4 steka Arkaluja. Obično.
Mada jebati imam i ovaj deadline, mogu se mogu da kupim još jedan.
Znaš kako radi deadline?
Da, moram da se priđeš da ga postaviš i onda...
Otiš mi na poziciju. Čekaj, gdje piše ono players, kao recent i tako to, recent. Zapamti kako zove taj lik?
Ne. Nije mi toliko značio, veruj mi.
Nije meni značio, zanimljivo. Jedan od ovih privatnih profila.
A što ne prodaju silencer makar level 1, jao.
Ja to... Od četvorice koji sam sad pogledao, trojice imaju privatni profil. Znaš? To ti je ono kao...
Jesi sigurno da neću ti ponesem 100 komada metal partova?
Ne, ni slučajno.
Ništa, reci mi zašto se spremamo, ono šta bi radio?
A Night Raid samo čekam da se zarotira viš imaš kao tu listu ovih mapa, viš sad nema nigde Night Raid, nigde. Možemo teoretski da kliknemo na Blue Gate i da se nadamo da će nas ubaciti noć ako hoćeš.
To mi zvuči, a čekaj šta ne bi još da probamo Bird City čisto ono, koga jebe. Možemo samo da probamo da uletimo u njega na brzinu, poneći ja Wolfpacka, poneći u...
Ali ne vredi ti, ovo ti sve dnevne mape su ti na rotaciji, ne zbog ti objasnim.
Znam, juče kažem ti i kad sam igrao čovječ, jednostavno nije se imao sreću brati s
svuda
mapama.
su. Ono što možemo da kliknemo, čini mi se na Dan Battleground, da se nadamo da će se ubaci u noćnu sesiju.
Pa šta, da nosim onda Wolfpacka za to?
Ne, samo ponesi onaj power rod. Ništa drugo.
Ajde, nosim power rod.
Jer da uradiš po danu ovaj challenge recimo za ove supply je nemoguće. Ako ti svaki supply daje 500, treba ti 8 supply. Jel da? Ma kaki. To ko čita mapa.
Da, ne može.
Čitava mapa nema kontejnera. Da odeš, znam gde su par supply, ima jedan u močvari, ima drugi tamo između one dve zgrade onoga water testing facility i dole control tower, ima jedan mali taj resupply station. Ima ih na par mesta po mapi da možeš da nosiš te sanduke, ali ne možeš, nemaš garanciju gde su, moraš da...
Ilija, čekaj, mi smo dobili ovaj kao... A ne, to smo imali najvjerovatnije.
Šta?
4400 za Damage Rocketeer Slipper Bastion.
Nije nam to ništa, toliko smo imali.
Da.
A koliko ti je maksimum 5, jel?
Pa ne znam da piše maksimum i 4 za Reward 3.
Pa jesmo toliko imali, ako smo toliko imali, onda nisi mogu više ni da napraviš. Možeš, ali ti to samo otkuca kao dorati na challenge, kao trag.
Da, dobiš samo poene, ono kao.
Dosta mi je to sumnjivo što kažeš ti da se ljudi penju tamo na leaderboardu. Ti prvi put kad god radiš, kako ćeš sam sebe da topuješ, na primjer ako si ubio u jednoj misiji 3, recimo, bombardera.
Da.
Ili 3 put si ubio lipera. I sad treba da ubiješ sledeći put 4, jel?
Pa, bukvalno.
Treba ti samo sebe da pobediš.
2, 3, 4, press the pause, Raiders getting now or get out.
Evo ti je kiša, ali...
Ovo je dan bio. Hoćeš da idemo tamo za kuda.
Ovo ti je prob, znaš. Kod Water Towera, Bogdane.
Hoćeš ovo tamo ili...
A nisam neko prosto tamo da ne.
Ma da. Da ne odemo odmah. Ne mogu da verujem da ga spawnuo.
Jest.
Hey, Berletta.
Level 1.
Samo možda dual wielders.
A to. Extended medium mouse.
Pa medium...
Ne treba to?
Ne, ponesi medium mouse ako nađeš pušku da ubaciš u njega. To ti je oko pro savjet.
Jel puno, jesi?
Ovdje su ti sponovi po ovim...
Znam.
Šta je s ovim? Vidio? Samo meni ova tekstura ovako ili?
Nije normalno. Kada vidiš što ti vidiš? Ako vidiš beton, to ti je to. Znaš to malo je zatrpano, malo nije.
Ovdje ima neka kao kođe staze, no? Ovo bi trebalo da je onaj probe mission. Ali ne znam da li ova mapa ima ikakav multiplayer, mislim da nema kao taj major map condition. Ako nema major map condition, point ide normalno, da, ovo ti je prospecting probe. Ali nije to teško, možemo da topujemo te probove. Mi na probovu imamo, da mislim da ne, 12.000.
No, završili smo ih, imamo...
To teško može samo...
12 kg, da.
Ne možeš samo sebe pobediti, znaš.
By that outpost.
Vidite koliko ova zgrada daleko od svega ovdje na mapu. Ja kažem, ovdje spale vozila definitivno.
Ne, pa kako bi se onda okolo?
Verao kao majmun okolo. Je to ostatak stranice. Bojim se tu kraj mapu. Jel?
Pa još malo tu.
Neko umre tu. Stavo dva flera, da, dva flera.
O, to znači tim.
I treći.
Opa. To znači da se treći tim.
Ne, može da te ne, nego može te ubaci kao duo se u 30, to znaš.
Ja mislim da više ne može, da su to ispravili.
To misliš, jel?
Jel hoćeš gore u torban da se penjemo?
Četvrti, peti, fler, vidio. Sad se ovdje izbio. Pom fight. U toren, bukvalno ne vjerujem da ima išta. Znaš?
Ne mogu pita da se to da se samo to da idemo okolo.
Ne, mogu da. Da ovdje.
Up there.
Ovo su izginuli tu jebati. Ovo su izginuli tu oko onoga elektrostanice, ili oko elektrostanice ili oko onoga water treatment facility, nisam siguran tačno. A prebrzo su poginuli, znači bilo je 6 flerova u minut i pol.
Više činimo.
Arc probe, over there.
To probe. Kako nismo bre markirali to? Čekaj, imamo ova tuba. Evo takih granata i mali granata. Ništa.
Evo jedno.
Dobro, to je standardno. Gdje si našao? Aha. Dobro, mislim da ovdje postoji šansa za jednu. Koja je zabravljena.
Jele?
Da.
Ima tamo velike stanice.
A, skroz dole, znam.
Si gledao u sredini da li ima?
U sredini? Pobacio sam pogled, ali da ste prilazili, ali sam čuo da nema. Ma da, nema. Onda smo prvo pogledali, da, to je to. Što vi?
Ne pamet, čini se prošli put sam kao šutno nogom, odbila se bilo od mene.
I vidim da je otvarano, znači ovdje su već neki...
Otačeš ljudi pored nas. Vam.
Raider, outside.
A, ovi će se kriju, da.
O, baci.
Ovaj će da opoljava gunci. Samo ga markiraj za pojene i prihvati.
Yes. A ne mislim da su ovi išli na nas.
Kraj krajeva sjećaš se onog fajta što sam ti rekao tamo. Znaš? Možda je neka stranka ostala s jednim čovjekom pa rešio da skrati gubitke i da ode odatle. Nema, a?
No, evo ga jedan čovjek ovdje.
Mrtav živ.
Mrtav, ima combo TNK, ono. Čekaj, ovdje je drugi čovjek ovdje isto.
Znači ovdje su pobjede. Mislio sam da ide elektrostanica ili water.
Semi Fero, ubili su ovoga. Što se kao još jedan čovjek?
Ja ste rekao da je više ljudi imali.
Da.
Aha, Rattler, a? Evo ga, na. Zato je izgubio fight od Rattlera.
Mislio da sam Fero četvorku od jednog lika ili nešto municije.
Raider, looks knocked out. Over here.
Ako mu vereš kupam Arkala.
Jel da?
Da.
ovdje nema baterije.
Što moćalo da gledam?
Može. Koje je level generacija?
Svi uz ratove, koristiš voda.
Ne, pitam da ste ti uzeli.
Razgledaj. Pomagaj. Did you even have to ask? Opa! Nice.
Down here.
Sač mora.
Ide ka tebi.
Down here. Raider, the electrical substation. Up there. Raider.
Ide, ja tu ne mogu gledati.
Ne, pucaj. Samo pucaj, pusti mene.
Up there. Up there.
Ne moraš da me rivagaš.
There. Raider.
You better shoot me, because I'm telling him.
Raider. Raider. Up there.
Dvojica, pičko, jedno onom sam usuštio.
Što si se sakrio, svira? Ovi su ovdje kampali, znaš? Bili su bukvalno iz ćoška.
Dok nisi pišao nisi ih ni video, ili to?
Pa, bukvalno su bili iz ćoška, znaš.
Da.
I pukom je bio Fero i mislio da me puša, znaš, kao da će da me ubija, a ja imam još pola šila.
I tu Fero, brate, jedno nosi sačmaru i Angel.
Ma, vidio sam što imali su bolji gir nego ja, to je sigurno. Nego ono, ja sam mu prišao s leđa i počeo krankom da ga bijem. A mogo sam da pobegne, nego sam ga tukao krampom. Udario sam ga 2 puta, polomio sam mu štit. I ja nastojao trčim za njim. Zato što imam Fero i onaj kako se zove drugi, onaj pištolj kako se zove. Malo čudo.
Aha.
Da, meni je ona bez veze. Spaceport, Magnetic Storm. Ja sam otišao prilodu. Spaceport. Pa zato što je to Spaceport. Ne moram dalje da objašnjavam. Jesi igrao ikad Spaceport?
Pa jesam,
to je Electromagnetic Storm, ne vredi ti Safe Pocket. Vredi za imaginarni blueprint koji ćeš naći.
Aha.
Imaginarni.
Tako gledamo, znači.
Upravo tako gledam. Kad si zadnji put našao blueprint da ga nisi imao? Odgovori.
Ne znam, stvarno ne mogu da se setim. U stvari znam tačno kada, evo se... Znaš kad smo sa onim likom Lav, valjda, ali tako?
Kaj je to?
Tad sam našao Equalizer, ono.
Kad je to? Mislim ću odigrati još jedan meč s tobom. I idem da spavam 1 sat vremena. Pošto radim večeras 3.
Aha.
Probat ću
da spavam. Šta si ovih dana radio? Drugu?
I onda imam godišnji. Radim večeras i sutra 3. i onda sam slobodan narednih nedelju dana. Jackpot. Naravno da nismo konkretno.
Nisam išao...
Hello? If anyone can hear me, an electromagnetic storm is currently raging over topside. Beware the lightning strikes if you're outdoors. Over here.
Hoćeš šetler? Izvoli, dok ga nisam polomio.
Pa uzmi ovo moje, ili ja?
Ne treba.
Da, ne uzmi ovo.
Ne, naći nešto drugo.
Jedina razlika između ovoga preloadouta i onoga što sam ja malo pre je to što ja imam bolji štit. Imam bolji štit i sve pocket. E, to je sva razlika. Ali gde je ono?
Jesi ušao u film Deadpool, ne?
A jesam li ušao?
U film Deadpool, nisu ušao.
Ne. Misliš da može se lutaš tamo?
Ono bilo čez dva, ne. To nekad dosta. Ali vidite, gdje puški puši nove NPC ili opet je bolje nego jedno.
Kako misliš bolje nego?
Bolje nego jedno.
Tebe vidio jebote, mogu da verujem. Još sam ti ga markao.
O, jeste, došli. Neće ovo ti dam, ovo.
Kada mi daš?
Kettle.
Neko bi rekao da je kettle bolje nego to.
A, brate, nije kettle uopšte loš oče ako možeš brzo da klikćeš.
Bih rekao da je bolje od toga što ti imaš.
O, da, to je jedno uopšte vidio malo. Da.
Čekam kad ću mi reći imaš tu light tamo.
Da, bacio sam se. I taj bi trebalo ti dao onaj tamo, nego ja sam mislio će meni dati ovih video malo.
Ne, ovo ti je bio vas.
Hoćeš ovo dušaš.
Da, ono, hvala.
A, ima li ovo?
Head home at the central elevator.
Markirao sam ga da znamo koliko smo daleko od njega. Da je light samo.
On light, grab light.
Ne. Može loot to, ne bi rekao desno. Ne.
Kako si se popeo?
Možda.
Znate? Ne znam, pamet.
Hornets, 1500 pojena. Da možemo bar pobiti ove zgadije. Uzeli light tamo igra.
Da.
Evo ti meni možda.
Znači, sad sam u nekom ofisu ovdje, tamo sam malo tkanine kupio. I našao sam ti pač.
Ružan pač.
Ovo.
Šta ti meni sve dati?
Ovo stvari što ti skupiš?
Znam, nego to sve sve. Da, jeste, ja sam skupljač.
Pa ne, znam si rekao da hoćeš imati papir kao srednje pogla.
Jesam, nego si mi dao one... skrepu, one delove od onih Horneta.
Treba sam uzeti ih ja. Ovo ne, to ste ne. Dobit ću šalku šibu glavu.
Hornet. Mrtav jesi? To ti je 2100 pojena na Hornetu. Pojene.
Ovo ti je loja.
A loja vera.
Pa tu. Još je ovdje loju i sliči skener. Hajde za sve sam skener.
Ja bi ti rekao da staviš na hotkey. Ali ovo ti se ne računa, ne znam zašto to radiš.
Pa tebi materijali.
Da, ali nema potrebe za tim. Mnogo vremena trošiš na to. O tome se radi. Ja sam gledao bar Hornet i drugima.
Aha.
A pogledaj skor na Hornetu. Vidiš? Evo ti, 2100 damage. Grom ubije. Podrum. Tamo ne znam ne stojimo ovdje.
Mi ovo nismo ni krenuli na 30 minuta, jel?
O,
Ma da. Nešto otvara. Pitam se kako se osjeća lik koga počneš da pucaš sa level 1 na ovaj raplar. Kao dobije si surprise shot na njega i kao šta sad? Kuda dalje?
Je, imao weapon chest. Burleta. I smoke grenade.
Hey, Bobcat.
O, bravo, nosim.
Pa, bar to mogu uraditi. Evo pogledaj ovdje sam. Hoćeš Kepler?
Neću im burleti. Imam Snow Globe i Startu.
Šta imaš?
Snow Globe i Startu.
Nije to pološ.
Pa jel ti nešto spoda, ne?
Ne. Misliš da mi treba nešto za pare? Ne. Extended medium mag.
Aha. A ne, poličit sam šut. Čekaj, ovisi kad sam možda mogao da polupaš.
Ako imaš light tamo, uzmi ga.
Dobro, da tamo polu burletu. A imaš ovdje arkaloja, imaš metal parstova.
Bi trebalo da odavde i šetamo se.
Da. Mod komponenti ne su teo.
A? Nemam ja više mjesta, ovo je free loadout. To je što je.
Malo zakasnilo.
I repeat, 5 minutes.
Neko nešto razvaljuje ovdje. Ima mi ko gospoda na vratu, znači. Hranično gluvi ljudi. Vidiš li ga?
Sad sam htio kažem, to bio player. Da. Vidim kako se kaže.
Player?
A ne, to je bilo ovo slanje. Koliko je 100 metra, dobro.
Reci mi ide prema nama.
Da.
Šta je ovo, bombarder?
Ne, Bastion.
Ako je Bastion, ne bavi se. Ako bombarder, možda ne.
Bombardiram isto najbolje sigurno. Mislim da ovdje ne mislim za... Tolki nije to. Imaš ovdje patkicu.
Rubber duck.
Oho.
Metal parts. Here. 2 minutes left. Last chance to get out safely. I repeat, 2 minutes.
Ja bi da krenem polako pa mi dođe. Neki je veliki žur da polako.
Je to bio cilj, izvoli.
Ne, više da idu.
Dobro.
Da izbjegavaj, maksimalno. Bio si za mene, ja mislim, 2 metra prije. Sakri si sam. Ona igraš ovo sve, pa vidiš? A ne najs. Ovo je mogo da tubi isto s leđa. A mi.
Mogu.
Pa nije, pa naletili smo na njega. To je ne lik što je bio tamo. Ja sam samo uklizao unutra. Stao si da lutuješ prob, šta ti je prolazilo kroz glavu? Zašto? Zašto? Zbog čega? Why?
Vredilo je.
Ne znam da li je vredilo, ali ajde, po meni nije.
Što bi vredilo? Free loadout, bre.
Nije vredilo. Nešto ti vredi XP ako već nisi maksimalni level. Da si maksimalni level, onda kažem sve jedno šta god, ono. Whatever.
Vidi, imam novi rastle.
Evo ga, novi ispod nakovnja. Evo ti free loadout. Baš sam skupio nešto gvožđe. Čekaj da te šutne i sebe i tebe. Šteta da smo ušli od početka meča, možda smo mogli da navagnemo ovako. Bar još jedno 5-6 da smo ubili onih koji zovu Horneta, možda, znaš. Po periferiji ima dosta.
Da smo došli možda malo specijalistički nastroje.
Ne, pa mogli smo, ubijemo jednu turu. Imaš obično 2 Waspa i jednog Horneta. Hornet ti daje medium, Wasp ti daje light. Ja sam mogu na tu foru da se vrzmam okolo.
Jebi ga poneti Anvil, makar trojku i prigušivač.
Anything else?
Anvil?
Pa da, radi to svoje čudo.
Pa nema... nekad nije u pitanju šta poneseš, nego kako se oni ponašaju i koliko njih najdeš u fajtu. Ti poneš šta hoćeš, razumeš, ako te salete 3, recimo drona, a sad ta pukneš 2 do 3 puta. Nijedan ne pada baš iz metka, znaš.
Da, to je.
Eto, bar imam gvožđa.
A zašto Renegade, jebote? Kliknem da unapredim Rattler, on mi selektuje neko random oružje, brate, u inventaru.
Ne, nego si ga već maksovo, čini mi se. Sad, ja ne varam da to tako ide. Znaš?
Can I help you? Excellent.
Kada negdje žice da načupam, sad ne znam gde.
You're back.
Nešto mrzim da idlujem kod prodavca, onda krene da priča sa mnom kod da me briga, razumeš?
Kada smo prijatelji.
Oni su neko ubeđenje da smo, ali ono, we're not.
Su uzimo možda one skillove da kad si downovan, kao da ti više treba pre nego što kolapsuješ ili da...
Ne, bacanje poena. Kad padnem to ti ako igraš solo pa tu bi AI na milimetar kod izlaza pa kao da ne iskrvariš, a i to ti se lako rešava, samo uzmeš onaj, kako se zove...
Da, onaj backpack.
Da, i onda krvariš do sutra. Ako će ajde, tu bije. I reši si polan. Easy peasy. Recycle. Light armor. Kako se zove? Light shield. Pitanje vredi li raditi ove challenge, vredi možda kao trios raditi. Možda.
Pa, navodno bi bilo lakše, ili opet to su 3 puške koje rade isti posao. Šta imam ja ovdje? Nemam pojma šta ću ja sve spremam da radim. Imam Rattler 1, Rattler 2, Hairpin.
Kako smo počeli bez veze ovo, sad kaže 19 minuta, čudi me što smo išta našli.
Ali obično ide tako.
Obično kad igraš 30 minuta, ono... Sve je opustošeno. Ili razumeš kao ona mapa Buried City da smo se igrali mice sa onima čobanima koji su nas čekali do zadnjeg minuta. Izlaz. Kako je njima zabavno bilo u glavi. Šta je ovo? Octopath Traveler Zero?
Peggy 12.
O, novo nešto. Coming December 4th, 2025. Nemaš da praviš selo?
In the beginning.
You know what? Odak.
Ja. Važi se.
Odak, pa se vidimo kasnije.
Može, lepo se odmori pa onda.
Hvala ti, prijatno.
Idem ja isto nešto spremiti za ručak. Ja to kao pripremam loadati to, mada gotovo je to. Tako se, ništa, zdravo mi budi, pa se čujemo kasnije.
Tako će, pozdrav. Anyway, I'm gonna try to sleep. I'll try. I mean...
Where's the other landing zones?
Rock Joint. Welcome to my channel.
Let me see something, sorry. Okay, it is.
Added and solos, you really don't have.
Nešto mada za sve. Loše. Ne.
Nerede izle? Bomba. Really, you're gonna fucking count this? Really? What fucking little business you are in? Yeah, let's see. That's what you're gonna do. Holy.
Da, ali on je mali, on je time stopper.
A? Evo dolazi. Napolje. Sad će. Dizzy. What a bunch of losers. Little cucks. Yeah. Gonna eat something. Be right back.
Oh.
We have to bring it. It's had the same thing with naming your ship. That's something that came so late before release. Like that cannot go in. It's like it's so anecdotal, and I regret saying that ever since.
Oh, we can't even reinforce you now as well.
Bring him back again. Bring me back. No, you can't. No.
So we'll live on in memory of you.
Aberrant Drone just asked, when will the team focus on increasing difficulty in the higher difficulties now that player equipment has been buffed so much? I feel like this is kind of connected to people asking if we're ever going to have combat rating 11 or anything above that. So how do we plan to expand the difficulty of the game in the future?
Can we get Niklas in the room? But that has been a discussion for sure. Should we do CR 11, 12? I think originally. Oh, who's doing push-ups?
That's me.
Did you know if you put the heavy armor, you do one-hand push-up?
I was wearing the heavy armor before. I didn't try it. I should have.
But to answer your question, yeah, that was a discussion at one point. That was even almost part of the strategy. We got away from that, adding more difficulty rating. We'd rather try to increase difficulty through other means.
Yes.
New mission types, new ways of playing the game, rather than just increasing by itself. Making CR10. I think CR10 is actually the development name. But
it is.
In my mind, I can't call it anything else.
Yeah, it's the same. Like I wanted to call our priority system with the CR. But what is it? Super Helldive.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting to do. It also took a lot of time, like how to do it right, how to add more enemies, how to just make it feel like it's fair to play as well. Maybe we'll think about doing a CR12 at some point, but that's not in the plans. We'd rather do it in other ways.
Yeah, I think that's where the word balance really comes in, because how do you make anything above absolutely batshit insane feel balanced? Like that's really, really difficult.
Yeah, especially when you're introducing like giant sandworms.
Yeah,
I don't know what this is.
That's the thing, but I think our two, Kayla and Zach, you did CR10 in
yes. So the first team to do CR10 versus the bots was me, Zach, Misty, and Evil.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was a hot minute ago since CR10 came out.
The old times.
It's more than a year ago. That's insane.
I'm aging rapidly.
Yeah. Getting grey hair with that project.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we've almost been out for what, two years?
Yeah, coming up on number 2. Oh
3
my God.
months?
Yeah.
2 months.
Ooh.
February 8th.
Kind of feels like I've been doing this my whole life, though.
Yeah.
And here's a fun one. Marcus1526, will there be more sequel war bonds? I'm personally excited for a sequel to Cutting Edge with the Tonto and the Trident.
Ooh.
Now, we just released Python Commandos. That is a sequel war bond.
We started something.
we did start something. Damn. Now we got to think of more sequels, I guess.
Yeah. So we had a planned warbond that couldn't make it for this release, so we said that's the moment. That's we called it Viper Commando 2 originally, and then we're like, yeah, that's how would it look like? What could it be? What is the right amount of like adding more stuff, still feeling like a real sequel of the Viper Commando. So yeah. Feels like it's working well.
Yeah. Oh, it's a huge success so far. Now, I feel like Viper Commandos works to have like a sequel warbond because it's got that really strong like 80s action movie tie-in vibe. That for some reason that to me feels like the theme kind of lends itself to having a sequel. You know, like Predator and Predator 2.
Yeah. Maybe we can do Python Commando Strike Back or like.
Oh yeah, we gotta get the sequel subtitles in. That'll be perfect.
Yeah.
But I'd be curious to hear what people which sequel people would like in terms of warbonds. Should we do a Polar Patriot 2?
Democratic Detonation 2.
Oh,
that would be good.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm playing very not co-op. I'll stay close to. Oh no!
I'm not playing very well either, don't worry. And it's my screen they see, so.
I get it on a delay on my screen, so I hear you guys going, oh no, and then I see what made you say that.
Yeah, we're kind of spread out. We need to regroup.
What's the south? Processor.
I've seen a few people in the chat bring up cross progression. We get this question almost every time we stream. That's not on our radar currently.
And we thought about it a lot. It's something like even right now, I'm playing on PC. I usually play on PS5. So my account is. I don't have everything I want to play with, but yeah, we have other priorities, and the priority right now is just fixing our tech debt. We bring a lot of people to fix this. It's not anytime soon for now, sadly. Oh my god, I'm gonna get rocketed. Oh my god.
There's a bit happening.
You know, sending in a orbital laser. Oh no.
Oh, come on.
Hey guys.
This is how I go out. Oh no, there's a gas strike on top of me. And a hell bomb. It's alright.
Some people would say it's hot in here.
Ooh.
I should have brought the hot dog. That's what I should have done.
You didn't bring the hot dog, Mitch?
I
Come
know,
on.
I'm slipping. I told you I'm tired. I'm excited because Alex is here.
Oh, thank you. Anytime. Okay, how are we doing? This one is done.
It's been a rough week, actually. Oh, the game, yeah. No, we're getting there.
Eyes on the mission. East.
Yes. Yeah, like northeast. Or straight into the minefield.
Bringing a...
Misi 753. Will magma planets have fire, tornadoes, and meteors? Are you crazy?
Both?
Oh. Good question.
Whew. That scares me a bit.
Why not both? Yeah.
Yeah. Close plus dos.
Where's everyone? There. Okay.
Yeah. We're about to drop a hellbomb on this.
Okay. I'm on my way.
You might not want to come up this hill right now.
I'm just here to cheer you up.
Okay. Morale support.
At sometime what producers do.
Rev20 wants to know, when will we get our technician back?
Who?
Our ship's technician.
I don't know who you're talking about.
You heard it there, folks.
Yeah, look,
We're
still
denying
morning
the
gold here.
existence.
The technician word is banned by the Ministry of Truth.
That's what gets you marked as a dissident.
Yeah, we got that fancy new prison now.
What did you guys think of the dissident storyline that we just finished up?
I think it was fun.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, you guys asked.
Okay, I thought you were asking the
The
community.
chat too, like sound off. What did you guys think? We've never done anything quite like that before. We had just like this weeks long, you know, plot line that was developing inside the game. That was really fun. It's kind of an experiment.
Yeah, it was really cool, and I really liked what we managed to pull off. I'm pretty happy with it. It was a bit of an undertaking between us and the narrative team, so I personally hope we can do more of it. But
We would love to.
yeah.
And I love how in character everybody got in the community. That was really fun.
And I know it got me flagged as a dissident, but you know what? I still believe pineapple belongs on pizza. I said it on stream.
Sorry. What?
Chat, clip that. You're not for pineapple on pizza, Alex?
Where are you? Can I shoot you again? Well, my grandma is Italian, so I think she would get out of the grave and just strangle me if I would say yes. Now, you know what? Everyone eats what they want.
It's a very diplomatic answer.
But then I'll judge.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
But
I
how do you
accept.
feel about the banana chicken curry pizza then in Sweden?
So, my partner is she's Swedish, and she was like, "Oh, you have to try the what is it, Flying Jacob?"
Yeah, I think that's what they call it.
I go to my in-laws' place, and then it's this Flying Jacob down, and
Specialist, our current crisis requires the experience of veterans from the 2020s outbreak. If you're wondering where these sprightly seniors might be found, I know just the place.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh! Who the fuck cares about this? Oh my god, people insane.